Welcome to the game.
Welcome to Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the world's longest running high-stakes poker series. This action is coming to you.
There's like 4 organizers in that game.
Park West Bicycle located in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, but that's a good game, dude. You could just forget going to the military.
Today we've got the biggest streaming game running on the internet. Stakes are going to be so big that it can create a nosebleed. The structure is 100, 200 with a $200 big blind ante. This game has a minimum of 20K buy-in with no cap. I've been told by the producers you're going to want to stick around. There's going to be a lot of drama, arguments, and conflict ensues from the get-go. We see these players, Jackie buying it for $200,000, the $1 million man. Today's show, we've got Solve for Wise, Matt Berkey with the backwards hat and the checkered shirt. We got Al. We got Eric Hicks, the mad genius, the owner of Luna Cycles, has a very creative style, likes to put a lot of pressure on players. We've got a newcomer, Alex, a 22-year-old who likes to put chips in the pot, likes to gamble. This game should be very fun today. We've got Frank coming in as well. And Victor.
I just got the invite to the Eric Berger game. Dude, see,
right off the back, Berkey with the straight.
Yeah, you got to lose your first time there. They never. But I think I got the hard invite for the whole year now.
Frank with the straight draw.
For the whole summer.
I think I do as well.
You play PLO?
The WSOP, they get like 2 tables in that room.
It's hard for me to remember the 4 cards, but I'll still play it. I feel like a fish when I play PLO. Because I got to check my cards. It's
and a
better
pretty
for me
sick bet. Berkey bets over the size of the pot.
If I just, like when I play it like
Anytime I have a
Once again, as I stated before, we are playing 100, 200 with the $200 big blind ante. There will be $1.2 million on this table. The biggest running stream today. Make sure you guys tune in. There's going to be a lot of drama. 3-bet from Eric. A very spicy 3-bet with Queen Jack off. And Jackie with the cold 4-bet with Queen 10 off. There have been many changes that have occurred since we went dark. We got a remodeled room, a brand new Hollywood production cameras, and an immersive wall.
Great for taking your girl there.
These players may be flying through outer space, money flying on the wall as we see now.
Is the one in LA any good?
They might be in a fish tank, check raising, bluffing the river. We've got an action clock today.
It was ridiculous, man. It was so good.
These players get 5 time chips, 30 seconds to act per street. Each time chip is worth 1 minute. These players got 5 minutes extra today to think in this 5-hour stream.
Unless I make a mistake, you know it's 6. What I say is more important than what I throw out.
I am JJ De La Garza, your resident high-stakes commentator here
but when you say it,
on Live at the Bike.
Practicing for the series. In the series, if you make
And just remember, money won is twice as sweet as money earned. And Frank with 2 kings and a 3-bet.
Scare me.
I know.
7-3-3. A board that Eric's now going to continue with his 4s. He can put Frank on hands like Ace-King and Ace-Queen, King-Queen, all the cards that are over to this board. Look at Eric's outfit today. Bet of 3,000 and a call. 8 of spades. Another card where Eric Hicks, the owner of Lunicycles, probably would continue versus another bet, putting his opponent on 2 overs. And the river is an 8. 10,300 in the pot. Frank looking at his chips. He's about to put in a haymaker, I believe. 12,000. What a sick bet. And Eric snap calls the $12,000 bet. I know our graphic said 1,200. What a sick bet on a double paired 3-3-8-8 board. Eric was hoping that he was up against something like King Queen and his 4s played, or even an ace high.
Place. Like my girl's mom is gonna love that place. Like she's gonna be giddy. She's gonna talk about it for weeks. They got this guy who comes to your table and he's got a little neon glowing boombox, right? And he does like stretchy noodle, and he does this whole like rap dance with.
Dancing noodles.
Yeah, they call it. It's like, dude, Asians love this shit.
That's awesome.
You know what I mean?
No, I never let them perform.
No, but the girls are gonna love it. You know, Asian girls love it, and they're like, you know, it's all for like.
How do you think of the taste?
It was decent. You know, like I'm not a big fan of Wagyu. It always upsets my stomach.
Matt Berkey with 2
It was
aces,
good. It was better.
also known as the Angels, or weapons of mass destruction. This is the second time Eric's been, or the third time Eric has been 3 and 4 bet in the first 4 hands. So Eric's going to continue with ace 10 off, 9-8-6. Matt Berkey with 2 aces. Not the best board for aces though, but he will put in a bet.
You guys play
These players can have many straights. The 10-7.
on Tuesday, right?
2 pairs with like 9-8.
right.
All the sets
And,
are available in these players' ranges.
They have started
And Frank's going to come along.
like 9 a.m. So on Wednesday morning, Victor's game is running, and when Oscar
Turn
that
ace
game,
and top
never
set
played
for
him
Matt
before.
Berkey.
It's
Solve
like
for
2
why.
minutes.
He
Up
looks
behind
kind
him.
of like Asian gangster, you know?
Yeah.
In the
He's
limit
like-
game?
Yes.
Oh my
Like
god.
whipping the noodles all
Amazing.
around.
I
Never.
won
Then I go,
500
"Wait,
in a
is he
row.
playing
So
clubs?"
every
Some
hand
point he
is
like
a big
brings them all
pot.
together and mixes them into a noodle
He
dish.
did
I've
12
seen
lava
stuff
culture,
or
river,
something like that
king
before.
high
Some
culture.
event.
Matt Berkey goes for a bulky
Dude,
bet.
Vegas
He
has a
knows
nice
that that
call.
board is very
Yeah,
dynamic.
like
Win?
What?
random mixes.
This place was frickin' badass.
Now he's
Yeah,
hoping that
yeah.
Frank slow played
We're
that
already talking
flop with
about
the
it.
big hand.
Yeah, they got like,
Obvious.
dude, the hot pots.
Did he
You get your own little hot pot.
heads up?
And Frank goes all in for $50,800. And we're going to run this twice. Already $102,000 pot. First one, Matt Berkey. Second one, Matt Berkey.
How much?
Hand number 4, and we already have seen $102,900 pot. Welcome to the all-new Bally's Presents Live at the Bike.
Dude, they serve like the waffle. 46 little robots. I
太浪
don't
了。
believe it, but this little robot.
What is this
board-
place called?
It's called Xbot.
Okay.
So I'm telling you,
Yeah.
like, my girl's kind of seen it all.
Yeah.
We go, man, if we keep
But
your
even
mom
that,
here,
she was like,
she's
yeah.
gonna be talking for weeks.
Yeah.
We see all like these player white guys with their Asian girls.
Yeah.
They're like they know what's up.
Yeah.
You know what I
Like
mean?
they know all like the culture.
Yeah, like you know, you go in there like. It's just like full of Asian people, so you know it's good, you know?
Yeah. It's authentic.
Another one is good.
90.
Malt 32.
Oh, I heard about that one. Where's that at?
Plaza.
It's the same place, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's in
Right
the
next
same
to it.
one.
Right
Yeah.
next to it.
That's unbelievable.
But this is a perfect place to bring Annie or your girl, you know?
Yeah.
It's like,
We go to Xpot very often in LA.
it's not near as good in LA. Wait, is that?
LA is good too.
Hand number 5, and Matt Berkey already up
Sorry.
$50,000. I want to give a special shout out, and you guys who know in the chat, I love giving shout outs. One of my best friends is in the chat right now, Pierre. Shout out to you. Jack 10-3, 2 clubs, top pair for Alex.
Check.
Actually, middle pair.
Can I get some drink and water and a coffee? Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Straight now for Alex. But Frank with the nut straight. Check, a bet, and a call. Alex wishing he would have bet the flop.
The game was awesome because like you can have anything in the Bellagio and they'll just bring it to you. And these guys are you're there, right? How many days?
What
did
game are you talking
It's
about?
the Bobby's room.
Let's see if Frank can shake it off.
200 in Bellagio, you know.
Yeah.
And, like anything in the hotel, they'll bring it for you. And it's all comp.
It's important in poker when you take these beats, shake it off, just like a
It gets bad.
NBA shooter,
Yeah.
Steph Curry, shooting his next
Yeah,
shot, and there we are
Yeah.
in the tank.
I got the tomahawk steak recommendation.
So good.
You just get it from order from Prime. Or
That shark is Phil Hellmuth floating around.
And these guys are so spoiled that they start. It's like uncool to order from the casino, so they order from off strip.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
have it delivered. They bring it in through ballet and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, they go because
Because they get tired of eating off
we got,
of the.
yeah, they said we eat this every day, twice a day.
Room service food though.
I like ordering off the room service menu because then they bring it in.
Frank with the 3 bets at 2,800.
It's way better than just
The
getting
whole
it in
the
a
whole
paper
the whole
bag.
table. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Bring you all the sides too.
Dude, the
Ace
bagel
10-4,
and cream cheese in the morning
all
is
hearts.
Oh
incredible.
yeah. The breakfast is great.
Yeah, I'm like, you know what? I can just live here.
Frank with the mystery hand, and Frank
play
checks it
volleyball?
back. When he checks his
Seen
board,
work? Oh man.
I want to say he has something, or else he would have probably just bluffed.
Eric, the guy who plays.
Eric Person?
Person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've played with him a few times. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a joy.
He's funny.
And Al, who
Plays
turns
the game, I heard, though.
Jack, is going to bet 2,000.
In Vegas?
Yeah, you see,
Maybe Trevor's game.
it's 10-20 place, right?
And
Oh, that's
Frank
a
is going to
lot.
put in the raise. So when Frank snap checks back that hand, I feel like he has something, or else he would have stabbed and repped the ace high flop. So let's see if my read is correct.
Was he talking that game?
Yeah.
Frank could have flopped a flush. He could have a slow played ace.
That's what he's like. I play in the toughest game. That's the game we were. Yeah, that's what he was talking about. That 100, 100.
That's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I thought, and those guys didn't know.
'Cause
what
they
he was
all-
talking
they all
He was
back
talking
him
about that 10-20 game. I go, no, he was talking about you.
Yeah, he's talking about.
'Cause
Al's going to continue with middle pair and a gutty.
Yeah, it changes.
Trips for Al and a snap check to Frank. Frank checks it back. Let's see if we get a glimpse at Frank's hand. And he did have an ace. My read is good. Quick shout outs. What's up to Father Brother? Propin. What's up, Propin?
I mean, that's my move to Vegas.
Ray Rami,
Took my
HB.
job, move to Vegas.
Give time.
You guys,
Wayne in the mix
you know what I mean?
as well.
Yeah, give,
I'd say
give
I
up
don't know what
the
Matt's doing here.
give up the 100 million revenue and then just be there.
lose it all.
Working sucks, man. I don't know if you guys ever had to work or you've been poker players your whole life, but working's not fun. 500. You know, poker players always crack me up because they make problems out of nothing because they don't have any real problems. You know what I mean? But like when you work it, like, and more money, more problems when it comes to business. You know what I mean?
Very, very hard.
That's true.
I think especially hard in China, actually.
Yeah, because in China you got competition. USA, you don't have any competition. It's the only good thing about USA. Is you can start a new business and not have 50 competitors in your first year.
That's true.
Yeah. Everybody's so, well, now that the stock market and crypto's dead, maybe people come to their senses again and start working.
Race.
Your prediction happened.
Yeah, I've been telling you.
Bad timing with the World Series coming up.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, you spent 25.
Once again, those of you who tune in regularly, I'm known to have a balanced strategy in my poker game. Most importantly for you, I have a balanced strategy in my commentary game. So if these players are talking, I will stay quiet and let you guys enjoy the table talk. If these players are quiet, we will be breaking down a ton of poker hands.
It was very weird.
Ace,
I
queen,
was the first
four.
one to get sick with what I thought was a cold. I tested every day for 6 days, and I never tested positive.
Wow.
My 3 roommates,
Tested 6 times.
yeah, my 3 roommates started to get the same symptoms. They all tested. 2 of them immediately tested positive. My 3rd roommate tested 4 times, and then she finally tested positive.
Oh man, if you do 4 tests, you're gonna get positive.
Yeah.
Are you doing those home tests?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're so inaccurate, dude.
I mean,
Frank with the float here
I
with
don't doubt
6
that-
deuce.
But none of you were really sick.
更亮
no.
亮了吧？
Uh,
全是被人吐槽
My one roommate had like
the
fever and
bet.
chills for like half a day, and then he was fine.
The one bad thing about that game is there's a guy, and we draw for seats, and I'm sitting right next to him. He's super sick, coughing and sneezing, and you know, like guys are coming and sitting down and leaving,
Yeah.
who are like, you know, saying, I want to play in this game, and you know, it was terrible to play with somebody. And he goes, it's just a chest cold. I go, if I catch a chest cold, it's gonna wreck my week, because I'm not gonna be
At
able to
least
go to
your
work.
week,
I can't go play poker sick.
Right, yeah.
I'm not that. I don't have those kind of ethics.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's screwed up. Like you know, chest cold's still contagious. You know.
100%.
It's a weird thing. Like before COVID, I feel like we were pretty lax on that kind of stuff. Like growing up, I can't tell you how many times that I played sports with the flu, or you know, what I mean, you just power through stuff.
Yeah, you just get over it.
Yeah, but sports is different.
Kids in particular are just
Yeah,
like
but like a
hosts.
in a poker table.
Raise from
No,
Jackie,
poker's
king,
obviously very
6-3,
different,
2
but,
diamonds,
I
flush
guess
draw
what
for
I'm saying
Jackie.
is that like there was almost a certain sense
There
of
was.
honor in like powering through a sickness.
Frank is in the mix. He's going to make the correct call with ace high.
Like when I was a kid, I'd never missed
He
school.
can't fade too much aggression, though.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
just like a
And these
thing.
days,
You have to be dying to get an absent.
it's so easy to
Check,
call in
check.
sick
Ace
these
high is
days.
still good.
Oh, I'm feeling symptoms. I want to come in.
Right.
No, don't come in.
Queen high has some showdown value versus something like 7-8 and 8-9. And Jackie does try to hope that he has some showdown value versus those bricked out diamond draws with the small 8 or 9 high. Ace high does win, and a smile from Frank.
This guy is all like, I've had COVID 4 times, so I know I don't have it again. And I'm thinking,
Sounds like
that's
he's
not
more probable to have it.
And these days, like, I really believe you just get COVID once, and if he's tested 4 positive times, he's probably one of those long haulers.
Oh yeah.
And I've known guys like that that have been sick for 6
Just
months.
perpetually
And
sick.
every once in a while, they'll get a negative test, and go, look, I'm negative. But then, like, a week later, they test positive
Yeah.
again.
Right.
That's
And, you know,
fucked up.
and rather than admit that the testing's broken, they'll just say, "Oh, you got it again." You know, but the testing's so broken.
Yeah, I mean, you know, none of us are very well versed in medical stuff, so it's like everybody's kind of just adhering to what they hear, and the science is going to change every day.
Dude, I'm better than the scientist at this point. The CDC has been wrong 9 out of 10 times. Like, I'll tell you, it's like.
Matt Berkey with the raise. Ace, 4-3, top pair from Matt
Wash your
Berkey.
hands a lot.
Yeah.
They end up being like
started-
completely worthless.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everything is worth it. So I think
Yeah.
when it comes to
Like everything they've
preventing
told
a
us.
little bit,
Frank with another float.
basket worth those.
Turn 3.
It's like testing is so broken and they can't figure it out. That's the easiest thing in the world to fix.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just dedicate a whole university to testing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know how
You know what I mean?
do that, but yeah.
Yeah, no. Instead of closing the universities, they should have made them all research
Frank with the
centers.
float and a
Figure out
lead.
every part of COVID.
Frank trying to
Africa's
rep
the
that
best
he called
universities
with
in
a
the world,
3.
supposedly, right? Like,
Right.
imagine a university dedicated to testing.
Frank
They'll
now with
figure
the
it out.
pair, no need
You know,
to
they're
bluff.
young. You know, oh, you can't let
Until
them
they
go to
don't,
school.
but
They're
yeah.
going to get sick. They're not going to get. Oh, you're that age,
And
right? You're
Frank's
not
going to
worried
rep
about
a
catching
3,
COVID
and
dying,
let's see what line
right?
Berkey
I've had
chooses.
good
Probably just a snap
players,
call. Berkey figured he was chopping with any other ace. Aces, 3s with the king.
It was what?
Frank was
when I
hoping
was,
that Berkey would hero call him with a medium-sized pair like pocket
Oh,
tens.
wow, that's
Sophomore.
really? Wow.
A couple years ago now.
I really had a lot of faith in America up until the COVID thing. I go, look at how we dealt with that shit. How are we going to deal with war? You know what I mean? I can just tell we're not the same country that we think we are.
But
Like I'm so scared of a war now. Like
We're way more prepared
it's
for
coming.
war.
Like we're saying,
I would say we're more prepared for war though
Yeah,
than
we're
a,
way more
than a
prepared for
global
war than
pandemic.
we are something biological.
Yeah.
I don't know though, man. Like when it first came here, I was like, oh, like remember when they had the cruise ship in Japan or something?
Yeah.
Like, we're not the beacon of health. We don't have the best doctors and scientists any longer.
We don't have the best at anything anymore.
Best military.
40%
I don't know
of the
about that.
Budget is spent on
Jackie
military.
with the raise with 2
That's what I mean,
4s.
we're way more prepared
40%.
for war than
Jack
we are.
10-7. Alex ahead at the moment with just a 10. Trip 10s now for Alex. See if Alex leads now. Once again, Alex is a newcomer to the show. He's a 22-year-old young gun, rising poker star. Has had a very aggressive style. Wow, Jackie peels with 2 4s. I wonder if he's played with Alex before and knows that Alex is very aggressive. How much does Alex go for? He doesn't have to worry about a straight since he does have the queen, which blocks king queen. Half pot size, I believe I heard, 2,200.
Alex, you know better than any of us because he's gonna be an officer soon.
Oh, nice.
Military, this summer, right?
Next year.
But are the guys
On track.
people like you going into the military? Do you think they're like the fighters they were like 20 years ago?
Talking about like American soldiers?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh really?
Yeah. 100%.
It's also less hand-to-hand now than it used
Yeah. I mean, we got.
to be. Technological.
People are still they haven't lost it.
No, I don't think so.
Cool. That's good. To know.
It's people that are in the military are still very prideful, and take it seriously.
And there's a lot of people joining. There's no shortage of people joining.
There actually is a shortage, I believe, at least for the Army.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need more soldiers, and a lot of it was because of forcing vaccines.
Right.
And,
Right.
Yeah. Like I was forced to get a vaccine, but I would have got it anyways. But that caused some issues.
Do you have a flush at last hand?
Huh?
Did you have a flush at last?
Absolutely not.
And Frank with the 3-bet, and look at Al.
I was drawing for a
I had a
straight.
pair.
And Al comes with the 4-bet with 6-9 of clubs. And I wonder if Al picked up on something on Frank. They have played a lot of high-stake games here in the Legends room at the Bicycle,
Oh, nice.
as well as on live at the Bike.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Frank gave off some sort of speed tell that Al just didn't feel comfortable with.
It's always better.
You're like, if you don't
Wow,
wanna get on the street,
what
I was like, bro, let me
spicy
Friday.
timing from
I don't
Al.
want to go back to wherever I have to go. Race.
500.
LA's the place of perfect weather and parking.
Parking.
Yeah. Like
Berkey
anywhere
with
you
the
go, you
3
got
bet with
parking.
Jack
It's a
10
great
of
place to
diamonds
drive.
from the big
It
blind.
took me a while to figure it out.
What? LA's a fucking horror show to drive.
I was gonna say, I don't know.
It's not that bad.
Oh.
At least we're.
I feel like any major city fucking sucks. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, with all
I
due
feel like
respect,
LA would suck.
I hate this city.
I feel like it has worse.
I hate
It has some like the
so
worst
bad.
rush hour and shit ever.
You know, you just avoid the hours.
Yeah,
That
I wouldn't know.
That's insane to live
I'm
your
so
life that
naive
way.
when it
Like,
comes to
oh, there's a
subject
5-hour
LA
block
traffic.
that I just can't leave my home.
You know, like this game, for example, every once in a while Wayne will start it an hour late for
Yeah.
somebody, and I get really pissed.
Yeah, of
'Cause
course.
an hour
You're just
late,
trapped.
Yeah, it's an hour more of traffic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You just get
and so
trapped.
this game finishes like at 6. You just got to stay a little longer. You don't leave at 6.
Yeah.
But I never have a problem with traffic because I just never commute in those times.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fair.
like
LA and New York City are like the 2 toughest places I found to be, or to like live a normal lifestyle. Like when I was in New York for a couple weeks,
oh, it's on me.
when I was in New York for a couple weeks, I struggled terribly to go to the gym.
Yeah.
Because it was a 25-minute walk or a 30-minute Uber. And it's just like, this is
That sucks.
too much of a barrier for me to go.
Was it?
Oh, thank you.
And we already have a straddle. Jackie's going to raise it up to 1,200. Queen 8-8.
I have to, if I eat, I have to eat there. Can you order me a Bombay?
Jackie with the C-bet. Jackie should have a high C-bet frequency on these paired boards. They are hard to hit, plus range advantage.
No.
A good
Oh,
mixture
yeah,
to just take
I see.
down the pot.
Can I do dos? Huh? Vodka Red Bull.
How far away do you live, Eric? How far do you live?
Oh, I live
no traffic.
close to here. Like it takes me 20 minutes to get here,
真的是。
which is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, insane. Because I live in PV, which is known for being a long commute, but I live on the edge of PV, so I can get on the 110 in minutes. It's pretty cool. 600.
But like on a random Tuesday, we're talking an hour.
To get here?
Yeah.
I don't know, because the traffic's never coming this way, unless I mean, to me, LA traffic's really not a problem. 'Cause I just know how to avoid it.
Yeah.
And my car auto drives.
Yeah,
It makes
that's
huge-
nice.
It makes a huge difference.
King 9 board. Eric gonna rep range. Also has the nut flush draw.
That should be Tesla's selling point. Try to convert all of Los Angeles to electric
You know, the
vehicles.
auto driving makes a Tesla so good, man. Like just that alone, I can't drive another vehicle.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
Just imagine if you could get the entire city on auto driving on highways.
yeah. And they-
Congestion would get cut by such a big percentage.
That's right. It's going to happen. But, you know, it's actually going to add to the congestion because there's going to be more people doing senseless driving and senseless deliveries.
Sure.
But it's going to be the biggest thing.
给你换点吗？
I mean, driving back from Vegas was so
换点什
pleasant.
么？来，
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I could literally watch videos. I could fall asleep and be okay.
Yeah.
You know? And I just came back in the middle of the night, you know?
Yeah.
Because that traffic really gets to me.
Oh God. Yeah.
Okay, so this is under the gun race. You know? So Vegas, going back and forth to Vegas, that traffic gets me.
Yeah.
对不对？
Because I can never time it right. I always get so I just do it in the middle of the night.
Jackie with jacks,
And
10 of
normally
diamonds.
Before the Tesla, I'd say
Frank with the
that's
liberal call on the
dangerous.
button with
But
9-7.
With the Tesla, it's so pleasant.
Yeah.
And I ride home at 3 in the morning. You know, I can
Yeah.
listen to audiobooks, or I could literally
Frank
watch
with the
a video
still. Jackie
You drive
with
by
the
yourself or
sigh.
does your girlfriend
by
work?
myself. She flew back,
Okay.
you know, because she had to be back for work that day or something.
Yeah.
So. But you know, it feels like somebody's driving you if you trust the auto driving.
Sure.
You know, and you know, like when it's a wide open road like that, it's so safe. You know,
Race?
it's much safer than me driving because there's a chance I'd drift off to sleep.
Yeah, I've done a lot of falling asleep at the wheel.
I once fell asleep in the Tesla on my way to the
drives
World
itself?
Series.
Yeah.
And woke up on the exit. It was beeping at me at the exit. I go, oh, that was pleasant. And 3 hours later, I wake up.
Raise from Berkey with
It
ace
finally
queen.
beeps at me.
Has
You know, I
Jackie
got a
dominated
weight belt
6,
on my
5,
Tesla,
4,
so I don't
2
need to check in
clubs.
with it.
Really?
Range
Yeah, it looks
advantage.
great.
Jackie.
It makes the car totally different. You
Turn
just put
ace.
a weight belt on it, and it really does become self-driving.
Berkey checks once
'Cause you don't have
again.
the weight belt. It
That's
makes
a
you
respect
touch
bet.
it every
Knows that
2
if he
minutes.
bets
It's
there,
annoying.
Jackie could check raise the turn.
And here's another one, Berkey, is that everybody always asks me this. You can literally, with the
Eric
pad,
finally
I
got
didn't think
Matt
it was
Berkey's
possible,
name
but
right. He's been calling
I
him
tried it
Barkley
this
for the
trip.
last few months.
On one charge, I can get from my house to the parking lot of the casino. So as long as the casino has charging,
Yeah.
so I'll get there with 3%.
I thought you had to stop at what's the halfway point, Bakersfield?
No, I never stop there. I stop at one of the 250K chargers, like in Hesperia or something.
Yeah.
But this trip, I was able to do it. As long as I kept under 70 miles an hour, I'm able to do it on one charge.
It's impressive.
Yeah. And so that
Although
makes,
going under 70 is kind of brutal.
yeah, it is. But, if you factor in that charge time,
Yeah.
it might be more, I don't
Pretty
know.
close. Yeah.
But if I charge, I only charge for 5 minutes.
Sure.
Eric getting spicy on the bone with the king 4 off as table talk dies down. Jack 10-7 top pair for Matt Berkey. Check on the flop, turn deuce. What line does Berkey choose? And Berkey chooses to lead this turn. A probe. Eric hits with the king of spades, a very important card to make the second nut flush. Brick out for Eric Hicks, and does Berkey go for some value? And Berkey goes for about 30% value, which I really like. He's trying to target a 10 and or a 7 here. Berkey's assessed his hand perfectly, knowing that Eric Hicks, the mad genius, owner of Lunacycles, is weak in this spot.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Wow.
Shit.
He was targeting a 10 or a 7 and gets called by
You guys
king
know
high.
Alex, right? He's got the sickest story of hanging out in Vegas.
What is it?
What's her name and how much did she rob you for?
No.
No. Wow. God, it was
Like, she didn't rob
I hung
you
out with
for
Kodak. I went out with Kodak.
He hung out with a rap star all night.
Okay.
I was at the High Limit Lounge at the Aria playing roulette. And like out of nowhere, like I hear like, hey, like this, I had my own table because like I just like to play like by myself when I'm playing roulette. Like he like tapped the shoulder, hey, can I squeeze in here real quick, bro? I was like no, and then I turn on his fucking Kodak, and I'm like, yeah, dude, like come on in. We're there just like, oh my god, we're drinking, like just playing for like an hour and a half, and then like we're winning like a lot of money, and he's like, all right, like pick a number right now. Like, and what are we going on? I'm like, all right, we're going on 11 because that's my number. So we each put like 1,500 on 11, and it just hits.
Wow.
And but he ends up basically like I was alone at this point of the night, and he took me out with him like with his squad like on his bus to Rhino.
Sure.
Yeah, we were there until like 9 a.m. I go back to the Aria at 9 a.m. and go right to Bobby's room at 10 for the game, and then play a 20-hour session.
Sick.
Oh, to be young.
I know.
No, at one point, he's letting him wear his chain.
Oh yeah, he put his chain on. I have a video. Oh, it's so funny. I have to show
Dude, he was telling us the story the next day, and he's all teary-eyed. When he's like, at one point, he goes, man, you're my favorite white boy. He's always like,
He did say that.
that's so sick.
Check.
And, yeah, I checked. Oh, shit. Is that an 8? Holy shit.
It was a night. I will not forget.
Frank with an 8. I'm letting you guys enjoy the table talk. Alex talking about his stock, his gambling expedition.
I usually don't go
A couple
out.
weeks
Vegas
ago,
was, like, the
and
one-
Kodak
one
Black
night- one night I did.
joined him
My whole
and took
trip.
him to the
He was
Rhino.
invited the next night,
Yeah, I couldn't. I was.
and he was too
I
tired.
hadn't slept
He was
in like
playing with
50
us
hours.
all day. Oh, sick.
I should have just sucked it up and bended.
I mean, how cool is that for a rap star just to hang out with some random person all night? I think it's sick.
I don't know who Kodak is. Very famous
Yeah, very famous.
rapper.
Pretty famous.
Yeah, rapper. Well, you recognize him right away
Yeah.
because did he have the hair and all?
Yeah. He had
In
his.
Florida, right?
Yeah, South Florida. He is. Yeah. Oh my God.
3-bet from Al.
I was saying that South Florida.
Jackie with the suited ace. We know players like to continue to try to hit the nut flush. 10-9-5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he wouldn't have gotten it if he wasn't at a high roller table.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, that's a good
When, when we hit that 11, it was pretty well. Because what was that, like 40K each right there on the spot?
What did you say? This guy knows.
We were going crazy.
Yeah, but you said you knew something, right? What did he say?
Yeah, he's like, you know something we don't, or I don't know. He was just messing with me. I was very under the influence.
Like always, a regular iced tea. Yeah. What's that? Iced tea is up. Yeah.
Turn is a deuce and a spot, where Al should probably be checking a lot on the flop with ace
I
king.
always get the same
But
thing.
since he has
White
the
boy
ace
iced
king
tea.
of clubs and the backdoor
Like
flush, he
lifting.
wanted to put
None of
pressure
that
and barrel on
Asian
clubs, I
green
assume. Jackie with a very liberal float with
What?
I got a macro.
backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw.
That's so funny because
And this is why Al needs to check a lot on the flop, because a player like Jackie knows at that
I'm
range
so like enamored. I'm like, oh my god, this
that
guy's
nice?
the
really
what?
does
He just
smash
came out of nowhere.
Jackie's
I was
call of a
drinking with him
3-bet
one
from the
night,
cutoff.
And he's like, hey, I'm heading to
Could have
Europe.
all the sets,
Nobody's gonna be staying in my
9-10
flat.
suited,
Does he have one in Vegas?
and now Jackie
David
bets
T.
2/3
Yeah.
pot.
That's fucking dope.
Yeah, he goes, oh my
Yeah,
way.
go stay.
Yeah, and,
Was that Padara? No, it's not Padara, right?
It is. It's at the Waldorf.
Well, Waldorf, yeah.
And it's like a baller place.
I
like,
bet.
I got. It's gonna be a total dump. It's like so nice.
Yeah.
I go, oh my god. These
Yeah.
poker players are making too much money, man.
I mean, he's just renting. Anything's affordable when you rent.
Yeah.
And Jackie
Yeah.
with the
He
float
has too much money, probably.
to perfection and the
He has-
steal.
He seems to have a lot of money. And he has all these Superman pills around that give you the brain power,
Yeah, that's funny.
You know, like power bars, juice,
Good player.
power bars, energy drinks, and brain power pills. Both the legal kind and the illegal kind. You can tell he's not messing around.
Yeah.
and one token bottle of wine in the flat.
Once again,
When
if
he
you guys
closes,
like watching authentic high
I
stakes
wanna catch
action,
No,
help grow our channel,
Take on anybody in
hit the
world
like and
while
subscribe
drinking a bottle of
button.
wine.
Also click
Yeah.
the
He
bell
has
on to
one
be
bottle of
notified
wine reserved
when
for
we
that.
go
He
live.
doesn't-
I
he
hope you
doesn't
guys
have
are
a full
enjoying my
liquor
laid
cabinet,
back
I'll tell you
approach.
that.
I'm going to continue
You
to
know,
let
guys
the
like
table
that,
talk right out.
don't do anything that
Yeah.
is going to affect their playing.
Right.
you know?
Like too much. Yeah. Like yeah.
I've never known a good poker player to be a
Full house
raging
for Al
alcoholic.
on the
Maybe
flop.
Berkey knows somebody. Besides for me, I don't know if I count as a poker player.
I mean, back in the day, there were a ton of them. They just obviously didn't make it. Gavin Smith was like,
Alex bets his 7. Al
Oh,
with
yeah.
the slow play in the trap.
You went broke too, right?
a bunch, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he kind of had a sad end of days.
It's one of those things that affects your judgment. So it's a bad combination for.
I think for a lot of people, they kind of use it as a crutch to get used to gambling for high stakes and making decisions under pressure, and then it becomes too much.
And Al goes for an overbet. He's hoping and praying that one of these players
I
have
got-
a
I got
5 or
one
turn to
story
straight.
With drugs and poker.
And a good
like
laydown from Alex. He
10 years
knows
ago,
once
I
Al
got to
bets that
stay in
sizing,
the
he's repping a
house with
polarized
some
hand.
high-end tournament players during the World Series. And one of them's my friend, and he's suicidal. Yeah. Like known suicidal. Like if I told you his name, you'd know.
I think I know.
Yeah. So I wanted to help him out, and I researched it. And back then, this wasn't that glamorous of a drug, but what is a like? And I wanted to get him something to help him. You know, and Xanax is the
Yeah.
like if you want to get a prescription of Xanax, you just go and tell your doctor you're feeling suicidal.
Yeah.
And they'll give it to you.
Yeah.
That's what it's for.
We can just buy them.
So, anyways,
Drug dealer.
back then I was the weed grower in this bunch. That's how I got in with them. And they kept running out of weed, and they'd send me back to Cali to get more weed. And because I have an airplane, so I'd just fly it back and forth. I probably shouldn't be saying that on stream.
It's okay, Eric. It's not like I'm letting the table talk right out or anything for the audience's enjoyment.
Yeah. I'll tell you. So I get to California to pick up the next batch of weed, because these guys would go through weed. They just had it on a table.
Yeah, of course.
You know, like in a big bowl. And anybody who came over would get.
And a pause in the conversation from Eric as this board goes king 3-4, top pair for Alex. Actually, it's a bet by Frank with his open-ended straight draw. I wonder what Al was thinking about there.
Check.
Turn 5. Check by Alex. Frank now with a pair. Spot where Frank does check back a bunch, and he does. River's an ace, and it goes check, check. Frank again, hoping for some showdown value.
And I mean, back then, these are some of the biggest names in tournament poker.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like Choppy and Riverman L and, you know, all the cool kids. Ender 5-5, Stevie 4-4, all these guys, right? And so they'd come to that. And then there were all these players who'd come to the house just to get weed. This was like 8 years ago.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah.
They'd come to the house to get weed because they always had weed, right? And so the next trip I was flying back, the Xanax arrived from Romania. And I had like 1,000 pills of Xanax for my buddy because I didn't know how much he needed, right? So I show up with the weed, and I go, oh, here's the weed, and I also brought these pills to try to chill out my friend, you know, maybe become less suicidal or whatever. He goes, oh, great. And he takes it and he puts it in a big bowl, like next to the weed. The other poker players will love this because he just brought way too much.
Yeah.
Can you try this?
And back then, nobody talked about Xanax in poker. Some people would talk about it. If you were super hit, you're like Adderall.
10-4-5, 2 hearts.
Okay.
Jackie still bets with just ace high. Does turn the nut flush draw and the gutty to the straight.
And one of the things I remembered about this house is these guys were like his age, you know, like college-age kids.
Yeah.
And there'd be a few bottles of alcohol around, and nobody touched them. I got that. You know,
That's not me. I'll be touching them.
Yeah. Like they didn't touch him.
I'd be all over them.
You know what I mean? That and so they only did things that would benefit them in poker.
Yeah.
They're playing in the series, they bust out, they come back to that house and just play online poker all night.
Yeah, yeah.
So anyways, I put the Xanax out and they all started trying it, and it really caught on. And pretty soon, and the way my friends described it, it turns out to be like the perfect thing, the perfect drug. Like it kind of evens out the emotions and calms you down, gets you to sleep at night, stuff like that. And suddenly all these guys are taking it, and then they're taking it for the first time, so they're like, they have a tournament day 2 or day 3 tomorrow, and they'd oversleep it. You know what I mean? Like guys who,
No, all right.
yeah, we'll figure it out, Jackie, eventually. By the time I put it out. Yeah.
Alex with 2 9s in the open.
And so I think after that, Xanax just took off throughout the poker scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it being used too much until like the last 3 to 5 years.
10-6.
That
was me.
It's a lot of that age group.
Yeah.
9s don't really like this flop. That's why it checks 2 overs to the 9s. We're going to go check, check. Turn 10, pairs the board. Eric now with the nut flush draw. A spot where he can credibly tell the story that he does have a 10. A 10 checks back that flop a lot. And a 10 would bet this turn for a bulky sizing like he did. Alex is going to keep the mad genius Eric Hicks honest. And he goes check, check. 9s are going to be good. Eric's going to wish that he put in a bet there. Once again, guys, jump in the poll, please. I want to know who you guys are rooting for today. It says, who are you rooting for? Matt Berkey, Eric Hicks, and Wacky Jackie are your choices. Jump on in.
Like I think of Xanax as weed without the side effects.
Also, if you enjoy my laid-back style
hear the
of letting
exact
these players
opposite.
chat,
I've never done
Until
it.
you do
please
bars and like, you
smash
drink
the like
or,
button.
and then you wake up and you're in jail.
感觉出来。
I only hear about
It can go really bad if you're not doing it correctly. I would say, yeah.
I only hear about people having problems.
Yeah,
Really?
at least all my friends that have, or everyone
Really?
I've known has always been.
Yeah, Xanax and alcohol are like the devil.
Yeah, that's a very dangerous combination.
有的比较
But if you eat it and it helps,
我肯定是
really
比
good.
位置里面差很多。
I
你简直在开药。
personal preference, I don't like.
It's a good drug to have around when you have to get sleep the next night.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean, you don't have that problem, right? But
太远了去了。
you know, some people
Yeah. So is melatonin.
melatonin works well.
10-4 juice.
I got fucked up on melatonin.
Yeah, I have too. If you take enough of it, you try to stay awake. Yeah.
I started taking it when I first got COVID at like the end of 2020. My doctor prescribed it to me, and it was fine.
Got a
He didn't tell me that
1500.
he'd
Eric
me,
with
like,
the
a high
gut
dose.
shots
Yeah.
at 3 and the win.
So I was taking like 20 milligrams, and I took it for 3 weeks or so. And then one night, I just like completely hallucinated. Like I didn't fall asleep
I
in the
heard.
window
口
where
语稍微
like,
差一
Yeah,
点
it。kept you up as well. Yeah.
and I just had these like wild
口语稍微差一点。
hallucinations where I was conscious that I was
稍微
awake.
差一点。
But
I also
you're
realized
yeah,
that
you're not.
nothing was-
Yeah, you're
was
but you're not
reality.
asleep.
对，但是
It's like, what the fuck is this? And I Google it.
That's
and it's like,
melatonin.
it's really common off of melatonin.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
people do it like for
无
like
障碍的，
for what?
That's wild.
yeah, yeah.
They
Like,
take
没有障碍
what?
的。
they abuse melatonin.
障碍业主
Fun.
No, no, like I know
Or like,
people do
yeah,
that.
even
Who
like
take
NyQuil,
massive amounts of
Drink a shit ton of NyQuil and try to stay
Yeah.
up because you get the hallucinogens.
600.
这没多久，我也快10年了
Like
呀。
at that point, just do like some shrooms or acid or
我
something.
公司都美国人啊，公司都是美国人啊。 Steven 是完全不会。
Steven.
3-bet by Matt Berkey with ace-8 offsuit. This is a disrespectful 3-bet. Taking the dead man's hand. Lacks credit for Eric Hicks' opening range here to just take ace-8 reg.
明天只打一场。
Can't make a 3-card straight with it.
明天打你们的 game 吗？
这么忙吗？对啊。
Nowadays,
Matt
the cool
Berkey
kids are in
puts
all
in the
kinds of
delay
stuff.
C
Like, now
bet
they're
and
microdosing.
takes it down,
I
repping
can't
a
believe
slow
it.
played king,
Like
perhaps a
microdosing, it
queen.
turns out, it's like Adderall.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's, you know, probably a lot cheaper than Adderall, easier to come by, and
I've seen people get fucked up on Adderall too.
oh shit, yeah, you get.
Adderall wires the shit out of me.
All these drugs can screw you up.
Yeah.
They all have.
I mean, just like people who like abuse it for too long period of time.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Like Xanax, I think, is the most abused drug in the country right now.
Probably.
Yeah.
Right.
Like at least with the Adderall, you need like you need a psychiatrist
Yeah.
to say you're crazy to get it. I wanted to get it
I don't
for a
know,
while.
man. That stuff's pretty easy to come across.
You just say you have ADHD or I can't.
No,
focus.
no, no. You need a psychiatrist to say you got ADHD, and then I'll never be able to fly a plane again if I got a prescription for it.
Yeah.
Then you gotta get undiagnosed. You know, to be able to fly a plane.
You fly your own plane?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I'm saying I'm gonna get it going just so I can come back and forth to Vegas. I'll come pick you up.
Shit, I'm really good
Queen
friends with a
A
pilot who's looking for work.
Eric, the initial raiser.
Yeah, it's
Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
Well, I
A
mean,
board
if you're
that
all
can bet a
Xanaxed
bunch.
out,
Frank does have a flush draw, though.
Leave it up to the expert.
No, I don't mess around when it comes to flying.
Mix game 有3个人就能打一宿。
Xanax won't hurt your flying. It's
3个可能
alcohol doesn't really hurt your flying.
不要求人数。哦，而且还好了。
Queen of spades.
这个现在正在学。
Eric now with the nut flush draw. Let's defer back to the Mad Genius and see what line and how much he picks apart for a bet. And Alex bet 1,500 and a raise
Yeah,
from
but I
Eric
gotta explain,
Hicks.
when you do Vegas,
打一个最难。
it's
That didn't work.
Yeah.
Go Vegas to LA in an hour.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's,
I'm gonna raise you.
Yeah, it'd be fun
Yeah.
because you know, like,
Shitty hand.
no matter what people tell you is cool about flying,
Check back a queen, I guess.
Flying's cool when you can fly low.
yeah.
So it's not a jet; it's a,
Right,
it's
yeah.
a racing
limit,
plane
high limit, no
propeller.
limit.
Okay.
You know, like, just
Yeah.
like I can take it to the Reno Air Races and race it. You know, so
出卡。
So what height do you fly at? Like what's
I love
what's cruising
flying.
out?
I love to go over the 15 like 1,000 feet over the 15's fun. You know what I mean?
投注吗？
But I mean, it's not safe.
What's the cruising altitude?
That's
You cruise at
5,000,
like
10,000?
no,
what
no,
kind
no.
of a game?
Like realistically,
of-
you cruise at 17,000. That's right below where you have to, you know, when above 18,000, you have to fly what's called
炒特深啊，
instrument.
炒得特好。我也是。
You've got to be in constant communication with
Right.
ACC.
Yeah.
I don't like that. So 17,000 is a good altitude. And if your engine dies,
就
you
是这
can,
样，还可以冲头
you
奖
can
励。
glide for like.
而且嗓子特别大。
Oh wow.
Raise from Al with two
You really
tens, going
wanna
to get
have
two
to die.
callers. Another
In my
big
mind,
flop for Al as
if
he
you're
flops
smart about the way you
trips.
fly.
A set to be exact, but who's counting here?
Like,
Let's be
between
flexible
and
here on
Vegas,
Live
there's
at the
so
Bike
many
today.
places to land.
The
What you
all
do
new
is you
Bally's
never
presents.
fly at night. You know, 'cause landing at night
Yeah.
would be really tough if you lost an engine. But
哎呀妈！
and you know,
我也是炒
and you fly relatively high. But if you're flying fast and you're low, if you lose your engine, you can convert that speed to altitude.
他只要他不休息，
You can get to 4,000 feet.
我们讲呀，
Find a safe
讲
place to
呀，
land.
停一会
Yeah.
儿。
But my plane is tiny; it'd scare you probably.
完全不
Oh
休
yeah.
息。
完全
Oh,
不
God,
行
yeah.
我找跟你
It's
说
like
一
a
下，
sports
我
car.
真的是
Yeah.
我也不行这样。
Sports cars don't
我
scare
要
me.
是
Sport
这
planes
是
would
对我
scare
来
me.
说是
Yeah, it's a
噪
sports
音，我
plane.
听不懂你在说什么，你不能听着很头疼。
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I'm not getting it flying is I don't know.
对你来说完全是噪音是吧？
完全是对我也是，
我还能听懂 race。
跟听懂不听懂没关系的，这个。
But man, would it make Vegas accessible?
Yeah. You just fly into private airports?
When you fly to Vegas, I could land at the international airport if I wanted to, but the storage fees are really high there.
I see.
So you land at North Las Vegas. So if I got my plane going again and we're going to do this, I'd have a car there.
Okay.
So just leave an old
Bottom
car
pair
there.
Yeah.
and an open-ended for Al.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And when you come
Al
here,
does have range
small
advantage
planes,
here. Al can rep
you
ace
land
king.
either- I'd land at
Al decides
Hawthorne
to put
or
in the bet
Torrance.
since he has the strongest
You don't
range.
land at LAX ever.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But when you take off, you literally just go drive your car to your
你
plane,
啥时候去 Vegas 呀？
hop in it and go.
我不知道
That's why I pay so much for JetSuite
在这里的
X.
店
It's
越来
so
越多。
convenient.
有一个 home
Show up 10
game，
minutes before
You know, if you're really into it, you're not doing anything else, you should just get your pilot license. It really fit a poker player's lifestyle really well.
Game 的 home game。
You know what I mean?
刚刚
You're really
打
nice to fly around the country, go to Texas.
The license isn't the problem, it's the plane.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
打那么大不是很危险吗？
And planes aren't that. The license is the hard part.
多年了，
My personal assistant's a pilot.
sure.
She wants me to get a plane, but it just seems very expensive.
It's not expensive. They're more expensive to upkeep than they are to buy.
Yeah, she said maintenance is like 100, 200.
Frank with a 3-bet with Queen Jack
Oh, man,
of
she's
clubs.
talking
We
like
know Al's going to
stupid.
continue to
You
try to
don't
hit a
need
set.
You buy the most.
Al sitting
most you can get is
$70,000 deep.
Yeah.
And you don't.
Hitting
don't
a
wanna
set
rely
can
on someone to fly you around.
Enhance his stack by an extra 70,000.
But yeah, no, she's talking.
9-4-3.
Well, she was
Sounds good, Al.
specifically talking
Backdoor
about
flush drawn 2 overs from Al. We're going to see a high C-bet frequency from Al. Al can still rep 10s, 9s, and all the over pairs. There's the
I think
bet.
mine cost 20,000 a year for
Good board for Frank to continue aggression on clubs and straight cards and over
I don't
cards.
spend that much in airfare.
But that
There's one of them.
Flying 100
Turn 10.
Yeah,
So
okay.
that would be 100.
So like with fuel.
That
We
would
know
be like
Al's going to
50
check
back and forth trips
at
to Vegas
100%
to San
frequency.
Francisco.
What
San
does
Francisco's
Frank
only an
do?
hour and 20 minutes.
Okay.
Frank's going to have to mix here. Frank's
So
going
it
to
really
bet here a
changes your
good
life.
percentage,
You
but
use
Frank's
it a
going to
lot
mix some
because
checks.
Like for me,
That's what makes
I
you
go to
tough as a
Texas.
Does it hold
poker
enough fuel
player.
to get to like Texas or
yeah,
Florida?
mine has a 1,300 mile.
Bet of 6,000. Al wondering if Frank can have
close.
ace king here and ace queen
kinda close.
and ace jack
Stop and get fuel. It's not a big.
and something like queen jack.
You know, it's something to do.
Sure, sure.
Good
And-
barrel
and
by Frank.
Vegas
That's how you
happens to
do
be a
it.
really good place to learn how to fly.
Yeah.
感觉被偷了是吧？
I flew competitive gliders out of Reno.
感觉很准嘛。
I was just about to say, my friend from high school, her and her now husband came out. They went to Utah,
Yeah.
and he's like super into. I guess it's gliding.
Yeah,
Where you wear
gliders.
like the wingsuit.
Yeah. No,
Or
no,
not,
no,
not
no.
the wingsuit. Not the wingsuit. You like
Paraglide.
No, no.
paragliding. Paragliding. Yeah.
No, no. I fly the real gliders. They're just an airplane with
Oh,
an engine.
okay.
And that's really nice. And there's a lot of that in Vegas. And Reno is one of the best places in the world to do that.
12.
You know.
just because of that.
哎呀，12都能抓这个，
You know,
你
like
很满意的。
Minden is there, and just the geography and
I've been told by the producers that there's going to be some drama that ensues
they
pretty
got all the
soon.
hype records.
Make sure you stay tuned.
You know, like
Smash
you
that
can
like
get 20,000
button as
feet
well.
glider, crazy, yeah.
It's going to be some drama at the
It's definitely the
Park
best place in
West
America to fly, and
Bicycle Hotel coming soon.
one of the best places in the world.
非常有意思。
And it's nearby, you know.
Yeah.
When I first got my plane, it was just to get back and forth.
Jackie
to
with a
glider.
bet, like 9 high on this board. Very dusty. Frank gonna call with the deuce. 5,900 in the pot. Frank's gonna check. Jackie checks his hand, notices he has a 9 of diamonds. He's gonna keep betting. These poker superstars, remember, they don't play the cards that are exactly in their hand. They play their range. Since Frank didn't 3-bet, he can't have ace-king. He can't have ace-queen. He can't have aces or jacks. So gives Jackie and betting will, and Jackie does put in another bet. River is a 6. 13,100 in the pot. Does Jackie continue to tell the story that he has the monsters? The man known as Wacky Jackie is no stranger to putting in big bets. And once again, Jackie is not playing his whole cards. He is playing his range and bets $10,000. A World Series main event seat with 9 high, like a boss. Frank wondering, could Jackie have missed a flush draw? With something like the king of diamonds in hand, just a naked king? And Frank's going to make the call.
9 high.
You're good, man. You're
10
good.
high.
Yes.
What a spicy
Frank.
call with just a
Frank
deuce.
almost mucked it.
Before he show his hand, you can say you are good.
If he tried to muck him, I would have stopped him and threw him
No,
over.
that's the only way I can win. I can win.
Yeah,
this
but I
product.
would have stopped him.
I should.
Quick, white boy, grab those cards.
Am I right? Yeah, you should.
Not the
That's
mug.
the only way because I show my hand.
Yeah, but-
no,
it's not.
Mistake and mark his hand. You cannot say you are good.
Not in this game, buddy. Yeah, we're not going to let him muck that in. We got you, Vic.
可以开，可以开。不是我
This
上
ain't,
图了，
this
你知
ain't
道
no
吧？
World Series of Poker. This is a gentleman's game. If you muck it, we're gonna stop you.
Stay tuned.
Give them back. Now.
Yeah.
Jackie's pretty upset. He's telling Alex, you're not supposed to
打的没有任何的意义了，他除非
help another player. It's Frank's responsibility to read the board. I think Frank would have noticed that his hand was good.
差点被他给偷掉了。
But Wacky Jackie has the right to be upset there. It's one player per hand. And let's see if this discussion ensues when Wacky Jackie comes back to the table, because he immediately jumped off the table. And you know Jackie must be upset if he's going to miss his cutoff. It's the second most favorable position in all of poker, and Jackie immediately jumps out of his seat.
就是我充分尊重了。
Shout out to Israeli Ron, who's in the chat,
我可能就
and says Jackie is correct. Jackie is right by rules. This is a friendly game, so I understand where Eric Hicks is coming from. But let's see if this conversation and this drama continues. I've heard from our creative producer
我把你开了的原因是
that
我
it
充分
will.
地尊重你是一个高手，我不骗你。
你不搞你还加我啊？
不，我是真的，我是把你
Berkey with a
当成
pair
高
of
手
fours
来去考虑的，所以我认为你会偷我。
and a spicy small bet
真的
by
如果我要是
Alex,
把你
looking
当成
like
比方说
like
那
he
个
wants value from an
Steven 这
ace
样的
or a
盈利
queen.
打法，我就输掉了，我就认为你是真的。高手才能把这3枪打出来呀，蹦蹦蹦，一般打不出来啊。
看错了，以为是9方片。
一口气。
看牌的时候
And it sucks. We're outnumbered too.
我基本上是什么？先打再说，一边打一边看自己的事。
一文，
我上头了，主要是我上来输了个大炮，我上头我管他妈的，我给你赌，知道吧？
This last year at the World Series, I was in the PLO championship, and I got into a really big hand. And I knew this guy was bluffing. And I make one of the biggest calls I've ever made in PLO. Okay. Where, the board's paired, there's 2 jacks on the board, I have 2 10s, right? No overcards to the 10. And the guy, like, jams on the river, and I just know it's good. And I call.
Okay.
And, because this guy is, like, super after me and stuff. So I make, like, one of my best reads ever in PLO, biggest calls ever, make the call. He takes his hand, and he throws them face up into the muck. And when he throws them up, it disrupts the
muck.
No, he throws them into the board, face up into the board.
Okay.
And in my mind, I see a jack, that he had a jack.
Okay.
Of course he had a jack.
Ace,
And
Jack, 7,
I
all
looked
hearts.
in
Alex with the king of hearts in hand.
Yeah. I was like, oh, shit.
Oh, that's so brutal.
No, I was tilting for the rest of the series over that one play. I was like, I'm getting too old to play the game with 4 cards, I think.
你会打吗？
But he,
不会，知道规则。
and it was almost like an angle the way, because he threw it into the board.
我在永利打一场马，就是 flop 2个方。
Nut flush for Alex. Berkey's going to rep the hand
4张黑牌，
that Alex has.
3张的前面花掉。
Well-timed check by this young 22-year-old.
所以 I have no flash. River.
He's going to double-check his cards, and here comes the raise.
Call. I just show my 4 cards. A lot of black hand. I just bottom pair. I went the pot.
You call? He bet you.
I
Really see his... Oh, we know that once he puts in the raise by looking at Matt Berkey's hand, that this hand is going to be over.
1 club. I have no flash. Just 1 pair.
But a very creative time chip to be thrown in to think about this situation.
200,000 Hong Kong dollar.
Next one.
And there's the raise.
I saw a card.
Better card.
saw it.
Red?
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, red's good.
Bottom pair. So
I didn't have a heart.
And a diamond.
Try to
Saw it.
get a card back too late. That's
Yeah.
the rule.
I felt I was angled the way
I thought
he
it
threw
king
him
heart.
into the- Like it
King
felt
hearts.
like
No king of hearts.
You liar.
You're a liar. All right, we'll see it. We'll see it, Andrew.
Okay, I see that. I can bet
I think he was
$10,000 you have
bluffing,
king heart.
but I think he was bluffing too.
Okay, I can bet
I
$10,000.
think you,
I had a
I think
heart.
you rebluffed.
Okay, we can see the video, right? If it is a king heart, I give you 10,000. If it's not, give
I'm
me
gonna
100.
make sure to muck
Just
my
give me
hand a
100
lot
bucks.
better now.
Wow.
Yeah, if
like
you
you're
want.
1,000 to 1 on $100.
We can see the video. Okay, if it's not, I give you 10,000. But if it is, give me 100.
Yeah.
100 to 1, huh?
Yeah, it works, right?
Yeah,
I can
trust you,
guarantee.
Frank. You know what? I didn't even see the card, and I also guarantee he had the king of hearts.
Okay, I had the fucking king of hearts. Now.
King heart, right?
God damn it. I'm face up. It's on me. Race.
Oh, we're a professional guy.
That was a strong move.
Friendly game. Yeah. I mean, I definitely have a heart in that spot.
So you could have come. We could have gone
Discussion
out.
ends. Alex did have the king of hearts.
Yeah, I just didn't want to.
Frank
do the
put him
late
on
thing
blast.
because,
Oh, the house guy.
my nephew was not sick, and I didn't want to get him wrapped up in everything.
I call.
Then Alex did 2, and then Al re-raised 5K.
Al with the 3-bet. The 4-bet versus Alex. And Alex with 2 jacks over pair for Alex. And top pair with the king from Al. Already 10,400 in the pot as this flop goes check, check, turn 9 of spades. Al with the king of spades. Another check from Alex. What is Alex's plan here? Does he go check call? Does he go check jam with an overpair? I think it's going to go check call. But it does go check check. River is an ace. Both players do not like this card. And this goes check through one more time, and Alex is going to win a $10,400
Still
pot.
did, even on that river.
You know what I hate about this is that you tell your story and Barkey just like takes all the juice out of it, going, he's only hanging out with you because you're in the high limit lounge.
I mean, it's true.
Yeah, but
I mean, he was playing $25 hand blackjack. He's not going to be Kodak.
No, like I had my own table, and I was the only one available. That's what he asked to come in.
Dude, you do seem rich. If you're playing at that table.
I wasn't rich. I mean, it was like a night that we were going out, and like I was drinking. I was like, all right,
Maybe
fuck
they
it,
did
I'm
think they
gonna-
were going to rob you or something.
That's so rich. They definitely could have. No, they showed me a great time, man. I'm not gonna lie.
No, but I'm saying, but he
yeah.
wrecked the whole thing. Like, I didn't even think of that. I go, dude, like, you're just in Vegas and you get, like, superstars to hang out with you. It's
Yeah, I
pretty
mean,
cool.
it'd be nice if that's the way the stories went. Just like playing a little $5 blackjack and up walks a celebrity.
No, I mean, like there's a bunch of people around, like trying to take pictures of him too. Like he wasn't letting anybody.
Yeah.
Maybe you can get, hey, maybe you can help
just me
some of
and
those
him at the
people to get
table.
some pictures of you and him. Because he didn't take any pictures.
I have that video.
Yeah, one video.
Yeah.
That's good, you got that.
But at that point, like, yeah, like I was just.
Yeah, but it's
we were
kind
so
of,
drunk and like
I don't-
I don't even like. Yeah.
I
didn't
think
wanna,
it's
like,
uncool to
them.
ask them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, you're right,
I was
you're
like
right.
part of the squad. I didn't want to be like, yo, let me get a picture. I should have eventually got one though.
No? Okay, nice.
Ace high for both players. Jackie's his best. Jackie's going to put in some thin value with his pair of sixes.
What is that?
Gets called by ace high. Good, thin value.
Way good.
Jackie's not afraid of a 5 nor a 9. Gets the street of value.
And I didn't even think of that. Dude, it's all because you're playing high limit in your own
roulette.
table.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing that anyway for, man? That's not the way to spend your last month before.
These players in outer space at the
What else
moment.
do you want him to be a degenerate?
Yeah.
After the
I'm in
military?
Vegas.
Check this out. He made enough.
I'm only a DJ
on
in
thi-
Vegas.
on this trip gambling. He could buy himself out of the military because they paid for his college, right?
I already could like a while ago.
But just
When I
on
was
this
playing
trip,
high
he made
stakes
enough.
2 years ago.
But
Online.
he says, nah, you know, is it considered uncool to do that? Like to buy him out?
No, just I don't know. I still have a year of school left, and it's fun. Enjoy
Oh no, you
college.
finish school and then buy him out,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So you could still do it. So you got another year, or is
Yeah.
there a point where you? Can?
I still could. I still have a whole year.
Oh, that's awesome.
So maybe I will.
I think you will. I can't believe that.
What's your contract committed to?
It's 5 years active duty.
I would buy that.
100,000 you get out of that.
Spend
Dude.
your
I don't know if
fucking 20s in the
anybody's giving you the
military
right
is the best
advice,
idea ever.
but I come from a military family.
Well, yeah. Now that I'm like successful in poker,
You don't want to go, dude.
You know.
Like, trust me, you don't want to go.
Yeah, it's very unlikely.
You should watch all the boot
I'd
camp
rather
movies.
just move to Vegas and play high stakes.
Yeah.
I wouldn't count on that. There's no games.
Really? We just got to get invited to the Bellagio game when we're good. I just want
Ace
those
king
guys in
3.
life.
Well, yeah, I guess LA. Too,
Every player with
Yeah,
a
this
king
game
in their
here is
hand.
enough.
Middle pair.
22 and okay at poker. You're not going to have a seat anywhere.
He got a seat in that game somehow.
Yeah, nobody knows him, but
He's not that good at poker, dude.
good one or bad
I
one?
like to tell people.
I'd want good one bad.
Dude, you got to get your story straight, man. Gotta say you're just a gambler.
No 22-year-old randomly comes into money and sits at a poker game who's not competent. Like, it's just not a thing.
He's just wrecking everything. Like Barkey's just like shitting on our party.
I'm just giving you the truth. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
like-
yeah. He's like been
You're
in Vegas
insulting
too
the
long.
intelligence of everybody else.
He's like hardened.
I mean, it's just like,
You know, Berkey used to be a regular part of that game, and now he's out.
It's just one game. There's plenty of games.
Jackie and Al
Yeah.
with the
I
exact
guess Al ain't
same
eating.
It
hand.
is the only game, huh?
Strongest
Alan's
man
game is guarded with
will
eight.
survive here.
I gotta see it.
You did? Yeah. How you see? Like everybody loves this guy.
Bet and a call.
I like it.
Backdoor
I like all
diamonds
this.
do come in.
I think you can
This
end
should
the
go
game you
check,
want.
check,
It's
almost
in
always.
JRE's game. JRB's
JRB's
game, right?
game.
Jackie checks to see if he has a diamond in hand.
Hopefully, maybe.
Dude, I got invited on the high stakes poker thing. I went walking into Poker Go, and they said, I walked in with my girl too. I go, oh, this is gonna look bad.
Yeah.
And you know, Seaver and Phil Hellmuth were in there battling.
I had a king too.
And they go, oh, yeah, you're Eric from Live at the Bike. We want to reach out to you. Yeah, sure, man. You know, you want to.
That's awesome. Man.
Yeah,
Chop it up.
dude, I'm like,
我打你就好。
dude, my regular life is so boring.
Yeah.
Like poker's the only thing that makes me happy right now.
Yeah, I mean, good.
回家。
你昨天
我不是跟你
That's a lot of
发信息吗？我
poker players.
我就在那定位，我才下来的。
That's the case.
回家洗了洗衣服。
I mean, it seems fun, man.
Yeah.
Seems like the good life. Berkey's got his houseboat in Vegas and stuff.
Oh,
Hey, these guys are living the life, man. They invited me in a private game on their houseboat. They're just gonna, like, there's no exit. You know what I
为
mean?
啥？为啥给你发信息了？
为啥？
You know what I mean? Yeah, they got
因为
Vegas.
我饿
I've
了。
honestly I've played some yacht
看了
games.
家
They're
啥吃
like
了没有？
sometimes
我说的
some of
我
the
就给他
worst.
发了个定位。
They're what?
可乐烂嘛。
I played in a couple yacht games. They end up being like really.
哦，我昨天在 Steve，
People are leaving all the time. Not off the boat, obviously.
鸡巴倒。
我昨天在 Steven 那里
So as a professional, what
Yeah,
games are you
Steven Jia.
playing all the time if there are no games?
我说饿了，我还以
I
为。
mean, since COVID,
That confuses me.
it's been pretty bad.
我拉鸡巴倒。
But I play more tournaments than cash games.
家里我自己开车回来。
I think there's games in Vegas.
But yeah, but yeah.
He's just talking the giant games, you know.
No, I mean I
Yeah, if you want to play 10
I agree. Exactly. That's pretty much it. 10-20. But that game gets so boring.
It is.
Yeah, it's just Europeans and they just fold
Bang, bang.
until they have aces.
You really?
Yeah, it's not
Bang, bang.
it's not like really enjoyable.
Yeah, I'm getting like, I'm getting too good of a exposure to poker. Like, I'm getting like playing
Queen,
in
deuce, queen.
really great games, really great people.
That's the benefit of owning a company.
And being on a stream, a very popular stream all the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyone who watches poker streams is gonna know probably who you are.
And you know, I take off my glasses and my hat, and nobody recognizes me. So I get the best.
Delay bet
Yeah.
from Frank
I never get recognized.
with his 6.
Is that the hat Bruno gave you or no?
Yeah.
It is.
Gets a call.
He's
Yeah. Bruno, I got to hang out with Bruno with the mohawk. Oh, he's
Yeah.
awesome.
Bruno's the best.
6。
And a 6 wins. Well done, Frank.
He's like a hippie, dude. He's a real tree-loving, tree-hugging hippie, and I like that because I went to school around hippies.
Me and Bruno did we were flipping it. We did like 10 5K flips.
Really?
Yeah.
No, that guy's a
Crushed
sicko. I must have given him 200,000 this trip.
Yeah.
I
Oh, that one. What was that hand? That was disgusting.
With him where he folded, I
No,
tried
he
to get him to fold aces.
Doubled up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Called.
Like
Well, I had a straight flush.
it's hard to get an American to fold an overpair, man.
Yeah.
But do you see he tanked for like 10 minutes?
Yeah, and then he called.
Yeah, he's like, I've been drinking too much.
Yeah, he's like, bug it.
I don't know how he called there, dude. Like everything got there. 600. 600. You saw that hand, right? That was nuts.
I would have folded probably.
Yeah.
But yeah. Just depends. I also make different decisions based on how much I'm drinking.
Yeah, that's right. Do you notice?
In all aspects of life,
Do you
not
notice
just poker.
he won that hand and he gets out of there after
Eric
that?
with the light open. With
Yeah,
the
he's like,
jack,
I'm going home.
with the
Yeah, I've been
7-4
drinking
of
too much.
clubs.
Later. We got him drinking too. That was cool.
Yeah.
He was a nice guy. I got his hat and the shirt off his back.
We were doing
While
James.
playing.
That sounds like Bruno.
We were
Yeah.
doing Jameson
Yeah,
shots
super
with
nice.
Justin.
He's Jack 9.
Yeah, Justin's a
2
cool guy.
diamonds.
Very cool.
Yeah, I think he's in LA
Jackie
this
with an
weekend,
ace.
By the way.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Gotta find some other games.
Jackie checks an ace, which induces Berkey.
Literally, I want to play in that game and not play in the
Induces
series.
Berkey to
I
bet.
don't know about you.
Berkey with some backdoor
I mean, like,
equity
just on the
So
side.
and a
comfortable
gutty.
there. Yeah, but series
Needs an
games
8.
Play the
are
main.
miserable to me.
Play the main.
Turn 4 of diamonds.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna play.
We know
with it.
Jackie's
And then
going to
you have
check.
probably
How often
just
does
bang.
Berkey
But
bet
don't
here?
look.
Yeah.
Rep a
If you don't win
flush
too much, dude. You got it.
Probably.
Like you're gonna get 86.
at a certain frequency, although
hope
he
not.
checks this time.
I didn't win that much.
River 4
Couple hundred
of
thousand.
diamonds now on the board
Played,
as
just played well.
Jackie has trip aces.
I did run.
Matt Berkey cannot win with 10 high. Can he solve for the right bet sizing
Aces versus
See what I
kings
did
in
there?
140K pot. Or it's Emma.
as he solves for why?
Yeah,
That was insane.
I think I was there for that. That's
just like-
sick. Yeah.
It was.
And
buttons
Berkey bets
big blind.
10,000, and that's exactly
and all the money
solving
went
for
in
the right
pre-flop?
bet size.
Top flop. She 3-bet, I 4-bet, she called. And I led like small.
Berkey's saying that he has something like a full house. Ace Jack that
It was
checked
like,
back.
yeah, 140, 50.
Perhaps pocket nines that didn't 3-bet pre-flop.
Him is so nice, dude.
Yeah, yeah. All those people.
Even a nut flush.
God, such a good group of people.
Matt Berkey should have a balanced strategy, which means he should check back some nut flushes. And a time chip extension for the man known as Wacky Jackie. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's going to call.
This is a good
2
group of
fold.
people, this game usually.
1 call, 2 fold. I want to hear from you guys in the chat. Jackie going to think this through. Remember, these time chips are with 1 minute. You get 5 at the beginning of the show. Jackie using 1 so far. And Jackie makes the baller call.
果然是高手，
Wow.
还把阿布当成高手来打，是不是？是不错的。
Everyone put 1s. Everyone knew that Jackie was going to make the call.
看看咱俩打的视频，
Was the studio always in here?
我打的。
What?
The studio, was it always in this room?
Yeah, I was always in this room. They redid it.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Yeah.
They redid the whole show.
天两千
Yeah.
在电视上一看，好多朋友
What a
looks a lot
sick
better.
call by Jackie. Special shout out to Vic Holcomb. Donated $25 and puts JJ glad to have the OG commentator back. Thank you so much, Vic Holcomb.
对，有道理。
$25 donation to
What days
Live
does
at the
that game
Bite.
usually go,
不
man?
如多你这么多。
It's a spicy one.
赢你2000块钱啥
Monday
用
through
啊？
Saturday.
养鱼，
养
鱼，
我可能以后我老起分是两个 million， 我赢
Well, it depends on who's in town.
果然是养鱼。
把啥都摆在桌面上。
It's during the series. It's going to be great.
Put your votes in the poll if you would like. I'm about to end this poll. 235 votes. And it says, who are you rooting for today?
I think
Matt Berkey with the overwhelming amount of votes. 63% of you are rooting for Matt Berkey. Eric Hicks and Wacky Jackie with the other third of the votes. Solve for the fan favorite, which is Matt Berkey.
5.
给你分析。对，
Frank with ace high and is good, as Alex with 7 high. No choice but to bluff to win. 9,200 in the pot, and Alex bets near the size of the pot. This young man is truly fearless. And this table talk dies down as Frank's brain is in the blender. Frank knows that he could be ahead of something like bricked out hearts. Although Frank's ace is the worst ace to make this ace high call down because he has the ace of hearts, which is hands that perhaps Alex might be bluffing with a missed flush draw. Note that 8-7 came in. And if Alex had, whoa, when Frank is reaching, note that if Alex had something like Queen Jack, he now does have top pair and wouldn't bet this sizing. So Alex is really repping something like 8-7 or even King Queen here. Those are the stories that this young, up-and-coming superstar of Alex is telling the story of.
Ah, okay. Good bluff.
Oh, wow.
No bluff.
It's okay, bluff.
And Alex shows the bluff. And let's see if that steams up Frank.
Can I get a 1 times 50?
I want to know what you guys think
我把它当成做
in the chat.
知道吧？
No respect.
Stand-up game
If
is fun.
respect, you call him. So no respect.
Stand-up game is fun.
Same to me.
They said they invented it.
很小的
Some of the pots we got in on
do
the
it?
stand-up game.
Huh? No, they said they invented it.
Maybe, I don't know.
我也够倒霉的，他妈的。
I want to know what you guys think in the chat. So here's this poll.
Yeah, we did
Those
it.
of you guys who tuned in a little bit earlier,
Pots for that.
You guys want to run Strata?
Eric
It was
told
like a
Frank to
40K
turn over his
bottle,
hand, and
like
that
eight,
I want to say the
like
pot
eight,
was
six
something
bottles.
like $20,000 pot.
I jammed it.
After
Pay someone $300.
Frank made that hero call with the deuce. Actually, the pot was probably around 30,000. Eric told Frank, "Turn over your cards. You're good."
4 I like 4
Why don't you ever let
What do
me
you guys
bluff?
think in the chat?
never
You guys
felt
got
bad to
two
me.
options. Yes, help a brother out, or no, one player per hand. So you guys put your votes in. I want to know what you guys think. It is a friendly game, and we do play here every Friday.
Yeah, no respect. 就黑我说他
4,000.
No fish over here. I am big,
the
big
food
fish,
side,
big whale, big whale.
Same to you. He thinks you're a good player, so that's why.
No, I did that. I did 100K bluffs before.
I think too much.
The one bluff I
Free
did a
bet by
round
Eric
there.
Hicks.
Actually, it's easy call for me. Man.
Ace 9
That's
4. High C bet frequency for Eric. Eric's gonna rep Ace King and Ace Queen, not only because it's in his range, but because he has removal to it. Well done by the Mad Genius. I want to know what you guys think.
Ah, 弱鸡了这是。妈的！
Shit. Got rattled. Got his shield now.
太他妈丢人了，被让鱼给偷了。
Oh, and Al's gonna punish the limper. He's gonna make it 1,000 pre-flop with 10-9 of diamonds. 8 deuce 4.
被啥鱼给偷了？I'm good. Thank you.
Once again, you guys are watching Bally's Presents live at the Bike, the world's longest running high stakes poker series.
10秒之内开赛结束了。
Here are the chip counts. Jackie with the most chips on the table. Here are the VPIPs. Frank playing a 59% VPIP. Al has been in the mix, and Al is rocking the 28% VPIP. Here are the cumulative winnings. Berkey
一个小时
up 42,000. Alex is up 13,700. Al is up 3,200. Big spender thus far. Frank, who is down 46,000. I want to give special shouts to Fatherhood,
Oh, we had a
our
line
father
with
brother Nick from Yuma, Vic Holcomb, Pierre Izagiri,
not fair, right?
Mike Brower 550, Evan Capilano, Kier, who's played on our high stakes episodes, and 32 Rojo.
We need our
The
language.
fourth hand
Yeah, I
today
know.
of the stream, Matt Berkey
speaking
doubled up with
Russian or
aces versus Frank. Frank got it all in with the straight draw, and Berkey held on two boards with top set of aces for a $102,000 pot. Also, there's been some drama here. There was a bet of 10,000 on the river, and Frank made the call with just a deuce. What do you guys think in the polls? Was Frank or was Eric wrong for telling him to turn over his hand?
Yeah.
Because the rule is one player per hand. Also, Al's been in the mix.
Maybe
Some
I'll
spicy
find
four
these
bets.
guys.
One of them was with 6-9 of clubs, a 4-bet pre-flop. Let's get back to the action.
哎呀，真的确实没有尊重。最近，还是要
9-8-6. Top pair for Frank with the gutty. Puts in the bet. Open-ended for Al. Al's not going to fold to a bet here. Him and Frank love to tango in pots.
多少？看，6万。
Check raise from Al.
埋伏。
Turn is a 4, and Al checks. Al is kind of giving up on this hand, and it goes check, check. River is the queen of spades. Al does have the 7 of spades. Does Al want to rep a flush? The front door flush came in. Usually when players check raise this flop, they have straight draws, flush draws, and strong hands. Does Al want to tell a story that he has a flush? 7,000, and we've seen Frank no stranger for getting sticky today. And it looks like he's already looked at his chips and says, let me see your hand, Al, and calls with the 9 and is good once again. These young poker players keep trying to bluff Frank.
7, 100%. Yeah, I bet you pocket 7. 这是 17。真的是赌你7，真的是赌你7。没有想，哎，都喜欢偷我，为什么都喜欢偷我？啊，是的，我尊重你是高手，所以我开你。真的。
Okay, you're a good player.
哎，可以。
My God.
Good player. If I thought you're a bitch player, I fold.
Once again, if you guys like watching our stream, this authentic high-stakes action, it is the biggest stream game in all of America right now. Make sure you guys help us grow the channel. Smash the like button and the subscribe button. We should be at around 500 to 600 likes by the end of this show, so every like helps the YouTube algorithm, gets more people into our stream. We are newly remodeled. We are tweaking the show for your enjoyment, show by show with improvements. So, if you want some more free high-stakes content starring Matt Berkey and Wacky Jackie and Eric Hicks,
In 10 minutes.
smash that sub button. Let's see how many subs we get just by myself mentioning it right now. Let's go.
I lost all of money.
Everyone's trying to bluff you.
The turn ace? That's bluff?
Nothing.
Turn down, right?
I'm like, oh, I definitely set him a 7.
Why run twice?
Set of 8, yeah.
I have a draw.
Oh,
I have a draw.
One draw, the 7 came.
But actually, if you didn't hit a set, I bet it
Mandatory?
Yeah.
Oh,
we're doing a round.
Beautiful, yeah.
That's okay, that's good, yeah.
If you check, I would have still push.
Sorry.
You can. I don't think you come at all in without a set.
I don't bluff you. You don't bluff me. We have a thing going here.
Well, I always bluff you. Come on, bluff you every day. Nah.
About a bluff right here. Big bluff.
Ten, 6, 4. Alex says, what about a bluff here? And Frank is the one betting with 7 deuce. Speech play on point. Right timing as well.
Check.
Open-ended now for the 7 deuce. Ace high just for Alex.
Check. Table high.
Check the TV over
What is it?
Table high. That's funny one. Play the table.
How come?
The deuce 3.
4, 5, 6 on the board.
Straight.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6.
7 deuce.
But there's still kicker play.
No.
7 play, 7.
No. Think about that. Never play.
You can chop with it. 7 deal, same hand, yeah.
Same hand.
Oh, yeah.
So it's
So that's kind of slow roll. If he showed us 7 deals,
Yeah.
that's kind of slow roll.
the only table high is 3-4, but 3 deuce. But 3 deuce is street. So only 7 deuce.
Right, 3,500.
Only 7 deuce can call. Table high.
And that last hand with Frank's 7 deuce, I think if you float, you gotta kind of bluff the 7 deuce. If you play the 7 deuce, you gotta play it like aces. And Matt Berkey, once again, with pocket aces. This is the exact same hand that he doubled up with. Hand number 4 of the stream. We are now on hand 46, and we're going to play a 3-bet pot. Jackie versus Matt Berkey. And quads for Matt Berkey. Let's defer to Matt Berkey what he feels is best. Has this board locked? I don't know what the odds are. You can help me out in the chat of flopping quads. And I think Berkey went for a tiny bet.
Oh!
Again. So at least the plus. At least the set.
Gosh. Why do you even bet that?
Can't see his black cards. You can't.
Jesus.
Check.
I guess how about this round? Keep it going?
No, not me. Not unless you guys want to play 7 deuce.
I will oblige anything.
So many pocket aces.
Yeah, okay.
How bad was that?
6,
You gotta say raise, Frank.
And put out one true.
You said it. You said
No
it.
better,
Okay.
no job.
Just to get you in shape for the World Series. In the World Series,
Okay.
they will hold you to it if you do one tip. But you already know.
Okay.
10, 4, 5, 2 clubs. Frank's deuces are still good, especially when he just c-bets. Mike Bauer, 55, says it's 416 to 1 to flop quads. I'm not sure if that math is correct.
哎呀妈，输的钱靠炸鸡给炸
Queen
了，
of spades.
Seems like a little bit off there. Seems like way harder than
炸
that.
了3条鸡。
Raise. 6.
Anyone want to double check Mike's math? Feel free.
Okay.
Table talk winds down and 3-bet ensues from Alex with ace-king offsuit. Ten, 9-3 top for Matt Berkey.
13.
Range advantage, definitely. Alex, he can have all the overpairs, so he's going to put in a bet. Matt Berkey absolutely going nowhere with top pair. Top, as Jamie Gold once made famous of that line.
4,500.
And a check raise. From the owner of Solve for Why Academy.
Second.
And that check raise gets Alex to fold ace-king. All right, so 91 votes in this poll. Was Eric essentially right or wrong to tell Frank to turn over his hand? 38% of you said yes, help a brother out and tell Frank to turn over his hand. But 61%, about 2/3 of you said nope, Eric Hicks, one player per hand. Thank you guys for chiming in. I always want to hear where you're at. I love the interactions with you guys. I'm constantly reading the chat. If you guys can greatly, I appreciate you. Smash that thumbs up button. Let's continue to grow this channel. We are the longest running high stakes poker series on all the interwebs, the first poker stream as well.
10K.
We are the pioneer of this game. And Matt Berkey with the 4-bet with Jack 10 of hearts. And Eric Hicks has had enough and has position as we take liftoff in this $21,500 pot. 10-9-8. Top pair and a straight draw for Berkey. Berkey's going to want to put in a bet, probably something like 2/3 pot here to half pot. Any bet seems good. He wants to protect versus a hand like Eric Hicks. 2 overs. He wants to defend versus ace king and ace queen, but Matt Berkey chooses to check. Exploitively, a bet seems good, but I understand why Berkey does check there. Matt Berkey should have aces, kings, and queens, and should be worried in a 4-bet pot versus queen, jack, and all the sets. So fun to see Matt Berkey mix here. Turn is a king, and now Eric has an 80% chance to hold in this hand. $33,500 in the pot, and Eric is electing to bet.
12K.
Eric says 12K feels nice and fine. Eric wearing his Luna Cycle branded t-shirt, his Versace patent glasses, and his sizing is pretty perfect versus Matt Berkey's exact hand. River is a 7, and Matt Berkey smashes the straight. And Eric Hicks goes all in. Eric Hicks went all in for $58,000 and ran into the straight of Matt Berkey.
70,000.
And Matt Berkey is going to win $173,500 pot versus the Mad Genius.
So, yeah, you got me covered. Nice hand.
And that is the biggest pot of the night. Matt Berkey with the 2 biggest pots of the night. With aces, top set versus Frank versus straight draw. And versus Eric Hicks, a $172,000 pot with a straight.
I checked the.
Oh, you check out for that.
Yeah.
Open 4-bet button, 4-bet, call, love check call, turn check call, river check call.
200. Alex? Can you hear me, Alex?
Victor, you big blind, you post? Yes.
Wow. Just what good timing for Matt Berkey, because I think a lot of the times I've watched Eric Hicks play so much in the last few years, and Eric Hicks, I feel like, checks that river a bunch. So just good luck and good timing by Matt Berkey that Eric Hicks pulls the trigger in that pot.
30,000.
Can you call chips?
I have a bunch of change if you want it.
Okay, yeah, but no, I'm okay for right now.
Okay.
But no, I need chips.
Got it?
Yeah.
I'll call chip one. You need a chip one?
What is it?
500.
500. Can you call the chip? Go first.
Call.
Let's see if Eric Hicks can shake this one off. And there is Victor. Seat number 1, I believe Victor is a high stakes limit player, plays a bunch on our stream as well. Ace, Queen, 7. Frank with middle pair and checks it through. Jackie with the 7, wants to get to showdown. Turn is a 3.
Okay.
And now Jackie's going to put in a bet with the 7. Thinking his 7 is good, perhaps doesn't want 2 overs to his 7s to hit. Something perhaps like if Frank had something like 8-9 or Jack 9.
Change these for me. A
Little bit of defense equity style. Wow, and Frank goes call, and Alex puts in the raise with the black mamba hand, the deuce 4 of spades. And Jackie puts in the 3-bet to $12,000 with just a 7.
Buy the button, Adam.
Yeah.
Gonna buy the button, take it back.
Hello, Victor.
Hey, how are you, Matt?
Good, you?
Good to see reverse the
What?
Wow. Once in a while.
It's been reversed.
What's reverse?
All in call and stack.
Oh.
Thank you.
I can't believe he had a jack there.
You live down here now, or you just come every Friday?
I just woke up actually.
Oh.
Yeah, I stay here for.
Yeah.
You just fly from Vegas?
Yeah.
Raise to 1,000.
Ready to go.
Yeah, sure.
1,000, right?
Yeah.
Eric trying to turn this one around. 2 limpers, and Eric's going to make it 1,000 with King Jack off.
I have 10 more coming.
Oh, 10,000 more, right?
10,000, so don't make it 90. Okay, add 10, okay? That will make it 90. No, 10,000 more for Eric, so it'll be 90. Oh, 3,000, yes. Sorry.
Matt Berkey hoping that Eric Hicks is a little hot and wants to play a pot.
It matters. So
Yes, that
just
would
buy
be
all those.
floor money premium.
Sure,
yeah.
sure.
And then I think Victor.
Whatever
you
This
want.
is 70, right?
70,
I
yeah.
think 70. Everything. Victor, 给你换点吧。
I don't need.
Shout out to the 1,000 of you watching the YouTube chat. Make sure you guys help with the YouTube algorithm. We're about 19 likes from 200 likes today so far, so if you could kindly smash that like
Raise to
button.
6.
And always subbing to our channel helps a bunch. I will be giving some shout outs in a bit, so if you'd like your name to be heard, throw your name in the chat. Shout out to Jordan Vargas, Tom Goose, Jacob. I see AJ and Pusha T, Evan Capilano as well. I see Mike Bauer, 55. Thank you, Mike, for the compliments. Appleseed as well. Novak Nadal, JF. How are you guys all this Friday? We've seen 2 sick pots, and Matt Berkey's been a part of both of them. Matt Berkey on a good ride so far on this high stakes Friday. Top pair for Matt Berkey. Still running pretty good.
Okay.
要想让他安静。
Okay.
没有手机，我没有手机。现在不已经安静了吗？
就这样的。
可惜我不是。
Trip 10s now for Matt Berkey as he just flat called the flop. Eric was hoping for some equity to a king and ace, perhaps a 9 to turn a straight draw to barrel.
Okay.
I believe this hand is over. Matt Berkey took down the pot. Yep, a couple more shout outs since Some of the homies are in the chat. Bradley Little, Mike Knox, Tom Goes already. I already gave you one. Just like that, over 200 likes. Much appreciation from the fam in the chat.
200.
Jackie adds 200,000.
Jackie adds 200,000. When a player adds over you like that, so Matt Berkey just has a lot of money, right? So Jackie is sending the message that he wants to
Victor, you still
stack
got COVID?
Matt Berkey here. He wants to cover everybody. We've got over 1.2 million
There's like
on
a
the
ru-
table.
He always has COVID. There's a big rumor going around.
600.
I think they do it to keep him out of the limit games. This is limited, Victor. You know how we have limitless, Victor? This is limited, Victor.
Limited.
Jackie with the open. Berkey says, you want
You'll
to
be
cover
okay
me?
against Victor unless
Here's
you
a
play the
3-bet with
limit
my
game.
2 jacks. We've got Eric Hicks, the Mad
He's like
Genius.
one of the best limit players in the world.
Really?
Matt
He's not
Berkey, the
very good
man,
at
the
knowing
owner of
yet.
Solve for Why, and Wacky Jackie, the $1 Million Man. At this table. Eight, 6, deuce, 2 spades. Victor needed clubs. Victor's going to make the float. Berkey with the overpair. Remember, Victor did cold call from the button. Victor can have all these pairs in his hands. Could have 9s and 10s as well. How sticky is Victor calling 3-bets? Cold 3-bets, that is. 7 connects the board. 9, 10 gets there. Still good for these middling pairs like pairs of 7s, 8s and 6s that are all sets now. Berkey does beat 9s and 10s and flush draws. Does lay the rope for Victor. Knows that Victor's a very talented high stakes limit and no limit player. Victor's not afraid to put chips in the middle at any moment. He just sat at the table and is already bluffing with ace deuce. River is a queen. Not the worst card for Matt Berkey's hand unless Victor had something like a queen high flush draw with spades in it. Victor shouldn't have too many queens. It's a spot where Berkey was way ahead or way behind on this turn. So most likely Berkey's going to go into check call mode if Victor fires a bullet.
Okay.
And Berkey puts in a small 10% of the pot blocker bet. Bets 2K in about 2,000.
Looks like a white betting side.
And Victor's pretty much thanking
Yeah.
Berkey because he would have bluffed it.
It's a very limited bet. He's messing with us.
I mean, yeah. How much is it?
Berkey, the overwhelming winner today. I believe he bought him for $50,000 and has about $160,000 stack at the moment.
我就不给你换，来，谁给他换？你拿我当什么了？你让我换换。
Once again, we are the biggest running poker game
No chance.
stream televised today, all of America.
太气人了。
Authentic high stakes action. We are live from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel.
You offered one.
I asked
And
him, he
casino.
said no. All right, no.
You offered one.
We all object.
太气人了。
Just play your fair game.
Make him win it.
Yeah.
Right.
一开始给他换，不要。
Finish comment.
good for you. If he had small chip, maybe he didn't bet 54 on the turn. Yeah, good for you.
Thank you.
I want your guys' predictions. After this hand, there's a new poll. I feel like you guys have been spot on in these polls. I've agreed with both of them so far. Eric with the nut flush drawn. Eric now with the nut flush. As Victor made the correct call with just a pair of sevens, which was middle pair on that turn. Sometimes in game flow dynamic, Victor knows Eric. They've been playing every Friday for about 6 months straight. So Victor perhaps knows that Eric's going to be a little bit more aggressive and perhaps even steamed after that big loss to Matt Berkey. So does call correctly with the 7 and then folds correctly on the river. The votes, the poll, that I wish to know what you guys think. Matt Berkey, the pig winner, as cash is flying all over our wall at the moment. That might be Matt Berkey's stack or what's going on in Matt Berkey's brain. Anyways, the poll question is, will Matt Berkey keep crushing? So far, 33 votes, and 70% of you say yes. Yes, he will steamroll this table, and 31% of you say no. Boom goes the dynamite. So Matt Berkey's got about 3 hours left in the stream, and let's see how your predictions go.
Six.
600. Four. Heads up.
We're going to go heads up to this flop. Queen 9-4, 2 spades. Alex with the hand that's going to like to barrel a bunch, since he has that ace of spades. It does go check, however. Alex now with the gutty and ace high, a hand that can go either way. And Jackie puts in the bet, steals the pot from the ace high and the gutty.
Yeah, it did. It was great. I'm thinking about just staying there next time. I only came back because my mom's here. She's visiting today.
Are you going to play that first event?
The 100K?
Yeah. It's Tuesday, right?
Is it this coming up Tuesday?
I think so, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't
Beginning
believe
of
it.
June.
I can't be there this Tuesday. My mom's in town. It sucks.
You were playing?
Oh, sorry. A week from Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I might, yeah.
Probably
Wait,
not.
2K.
How many players, how many runners are they going to have, you
I
think?
think it's tough to guess, honestly. I would, if you would have told me when the schedule came out, I would have guessed like 100. But
Is there-
now I think it's going to be closer to like 40 or 50.
Is there a whole strategy to those shootout or whatever you call them? Yeah.
3 bet by Alex with
They're
ace
weird
queen off.
because
Looks like he's going to
the
get
way
at least
the
one
value
taker.
changed is everything's,
Frank's going to peel.
progressive. So like the way online does it, it's all progressive. But these traditional bounties, you just kind of don't have access. It's like rakeback.
Top 2 for
You don't really
Alex.
have access to much of that prize pool.
Yeah.
The winner might get 5 bounties total.
Really?
I mean, maybe more in a small field. I could
Wow.
be underestimating. It might be like closer to 7 or 8. But
Didn't you say like the rake's a bad deal?
But net in for Frank, so we're going to see Frank probably
basically,
continue
25%
here
of the prize pool is like
versus
unacceptable,
most sizings.
but the whole entire prize pool is getting raked.
Right.
But it might be rake free if you show up on time. In which case, it doesn't matter.
And a straight
Oh, they're doing
for
that
Frank.
there?
One liner to the straight, and Frank does have it.
Poker Joe always does it.
Frank does check.
I think more players I know.
And it does go check, check. Alex is praying for an ace or a queen for the boat, and there's the queen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, maybe at least 100 players.
Yeah.
All the high rollers.
Bet of 3,000.
Two days later, the trading poker finished. 2 days.
I'm not sure.
And how much does Alex
No, I thought yesterday was.
bet here? Does Alex go for the haymaker and say all in?
I think they end next.
I really like an all-in sizing here.
The total 9 events.
Oh, I thought it was like 15.
The backdoor flush did come in as well. Actually, maybe not the all-in sizing. Maybe something like 900.
So a lot of them are just gonna go to that.
But all-in is good as well.
11,000?
11,000 is just fine.
It's a weird conflict. Where
Any big bet,
he's running like some high rollers
any big raise from Alex would be
but then
great.
also good stuff in Europe. So you're just not
Frank is worried about a flush, perhaps even a full house since it's a 3-bet pot.
but you know, smaller.
Alex can have aces, ace queen as he does, quads, tens, pocket kings. He can have all the full houses. And he's going to get the call from Frank, and Frank's just going to throw the money in the middle on a full house from this young superstar Alex, 22 years old, dabbling in a 100, 200, 200 no limit game.
What would be the goal?
Hey, Matt, you're going to love this new camera I'm getting. I'm going to have it next week. I'll bring it in. You should try it instead of that one. Here. Oh, wow, is this right? Let me see if I can plug this guy in. Yeah. But I got that new Ronin 4D.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you do it with like stills, or you mean for this
For that camera, you got to try it. Like, you know, like it's like a steady cam. Have you heard of it?
No, I haven't.
It's sick, dude. It's like DJI. Look it up. It's crazy DJI technology.
And what's it called again? Ronin 4D?
Yeah, and it shoots like red camera type footage, like red. It's like a $10,000 camera. It's like changed.
How much?
Like this kind of filmmaking.
Right.
Anyways,
Raise plug?
I'm just interested how it'll look compared to like that one. It should be a lot better than that one. But then you could do. But it has it's 4-axis image.
Can I have the bathroom this
Yeah,
one?
they'll mute you. They're going to mute you.
Yeah.
Over here, it's got.
I don't know. Can you do it?
Oh,
Re-raise, 65.
And they're using like a drone technology, putting it in.
What a spicy hand this is. Ace King versus 9-4 of spades. Frank takes a sip of his water and spikes a flush draw. Look at these equities. It's about a coin flip.
6K.
And Frank with the bet of 6,000.
no,我在这儿上的大学，
So
上大学的时候，
你打了多少次main event？对，
因为夏天不是
都是有时间的。
对 summer 嘛，
And Matt Berkey is going to continue with a raise, I believe.
然后
Matt Berkey,
从来都没有 last 过
whose stack is almost up to
一
200,000,
天数，
没有 never cash out 的。
goes for a check raise, perhaps because he has that ace of spades. And he can rep all the strongest
我
hands.
打了10年，我从
So if a spade rolls off, he might go for the triple barrel, perhaps the double barrel. 6 of clubs on the turn.
day 4 like 500 some places.
Now Berkey is in no man's land. But does he still rep aces and kings with the removal to aces and kings? He knows his image as an aggressive man. Although, he knows that Frank might be a little steamed. They played a big hand at the beginning of the stream. Frank is one of the stickier opponents on the stream. And Matt Berkey is going to put in a bet.
12,000 is the bet.
And an interesting quarter pot size bet of something like a blocker bet. And a snap call by Frank. Frank with 32% equity, which means he'll win here 1 in 3 times. And a 4 for Frank. And if you're Matt Berkey with $73,000 pot in the pot, what do you do? Let's defer to the man who runs a training site called Solve for Why. Let's solve for this $73,000 pot with Matt Berkey. Matt Berkey is an overwhelming winner thus far and checks it to Frank. And I believe Frank's going to assume that he has showdown value here with just a 4. And Frank checks the 4 and wins a $73,000 pot.
Wait, with what? Oh.
If no pair, he bet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no pair, he bet.
Yeah, really bad. I call you.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. Showdown value. Showdown value.
I call you. I put the king spade.
I had the ace of spades.
Wow, and hands like that, Frank is going to
Okay,
very
join
quickly
that.
become a fan favorite because
You
that
can't
was
beat him with the
pretty
score.
sick.
You hit better, okay, you check behind.
Very pure call, pre-flop, flop, and turn. Right. They can't bluff me anymore. Strata. Oh, yeah. 9-4.
You made a very good 3-bet against me.
What do you have? 3? What do you have?
32,000. 1,000 sorry.
Yeah, lucky strata.
Okay. 4,000.
Don't play 4-9.
Jackie coming for Eric Hicks and runs into pocket queens, and Frank's going to just flat call with this $120,000 stack.
Oh, 4-9 is very good.
9-4 deuce. Jackie with just 7 high. Jackie knows when Frank cold calls, he can have a very wide range, and Frank does have the 3-bet cold call range hand, something like the middling pair to bigger pairs. 2 queens. Jackie's nickname is the $1 Million Man. Does he go for a huge haymaker bluff this hand? Bet of 6,000, and this pot is already building. Turn is a 5. Jackie improves to open-ended. These high-stakes superstar players are going to mix bets and checks as a solver would. But now he goes exploit mode also and thinks, what does his player do more? Does his player call more? Does his player ever fold to big bets? He goes in exploit mode and tries to hit this river in hand number 58 on the all-new Bally's Presents live at the bike, and there is a check mark in the straight for Wacky Jackie. Jackie's going to go for a huge bet here. He's going to go for a big value bet. Maybe something like double the size of the pot. He's going to pray and hope that Frank has an ace to call, as he has the nut straight. He's going to hope that Frank also has a 6.
34.
34,000, 1.5 times the size of the pot. I knew Jackie was going to go for a big bet.
都是他妈这样的牌。操蛋！真是操蛋！
Frank can get away from this hand. He loses to a 6 and he loses to an ace, which Jackie can have an ace easily here in this 3-bet pot. Put a 1 in the chat if you think Frank's going to call 2 fold.
Yeah.
1 if Frank's going to call 2 fold.
I wish
Let's see if you guys are right. You guys were right on the last prediction. Almost all ones, and you guys knew that Jackie was going to make that hero call.
被你偷掉，被你偷掉，认了，
And he does fold.
Yeah.
See where you guys were at in the chat.
认了，被你偷了。
Thank you, everyone.
你看不看回放？我不看。
All correct in the chat again. Pusha T, Kai Skrifta, AH,
我肉烂嘴不烂。
Joey the effing pigtails. all correct here. Guys, if you want to put your votes in, feel free.
埋伏你了，埋伏把自己埋伏进去。
I hate these 100 chips.
What's that?
So small.
What do you clean?
I know. You know
These
there's
100 chips, I hate them.
Here are the V
those are really
pips.
slippery.
Oh my god.
Frank with the
They're like-
60%
quarters.
V pip.
Yeah.
They're
Eric with the
slippery.
41%
Yeah, they
V
don't
pip.
stack well.
Victor just
No,
joined
not
us
at
with an
They
8%
they
V
just
pip.
changed them recently. The colors are shitty.
Yeah, because it used to be what, like these chips, right?
Yeah.
Here are the cumulative winnings. Matt Berkey up 115,000 in 2 hours. Alex up 23,000. The
If you think about
22-year-old
the hundreds,
young
most
stud,
common chip in
and Jackie up
casino.
15,000.
You don't want to screw up
We've
the
seen
100.
Matt Berkey play two
do.
massive pots. The fourth hand of the night. Pocket aces, top set, doubles up versus Frank, runs it twice versus straight draw. Matt Berkey wins both. The second one was with a 4-card straight. Matt Berkey with a $172,000 pot versus the mad genius Eric Hicks. If you would like to put a vote in the poll at the moment, feel free. It's will Matt Berkey keep running it to the moon, or will his stack go boom, boom, there goes the dynamite, and run it back down to the ground? We've got 3 hours left in the stream. Let's get back to the
第
action.
6啊，你第6是吧？希望我第6，你第6、7啊。
这个有电视，我不能说谎，对不对？
对，也行啊。我警察要排列埋伏你的，我自己就埋伏进去。
Raise from Berkey with Jack 8 of hearts. 9-9 deuce. A high C-bet frequency from Matt Berkey. He's got a backdoor flush draw, straight draw. Also has the strongest range. Does elect to check that one, though. Frank's laughing with his 2 pair. And I assume this river is going to go check a bunch, although Frank already has betting chips and somehow spikes a full house.
打不掉。
Now let's see if Matt Berkey can get away from this one. It's a big, bulky bet.
Small no good.
Over the size of the pot. The flush gets there.
Go diamond.
See if Matt Berkey can solve for a fold here.
Talking yourself into getting paid.
For 9 again?
Pay me.
And Matt Berkey cannot solve for a fold and makes the call on this $22,700 pot.
Wow, it's diamond.
You notice he can. Hey,
He's diamond.
You notice he can
Oh,
speak
that's
English
good.
when he wants to. Pay me. He's speaking perfect English.
That's what matters, right? I said,
Pay me.
oh, fuck.
Back the flush.
Good. No, and 8.
8?
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you. Thanks for donation. I told you I never bluff you. I only bluffed him once. I pushed all in, and he said, set of ace.
Once again, we are the biggest running stream poker show this evening on this Friday. 100, 200 with a $200 big blind Annie. Share some love with this channel. We're 50 likes away from 300 likes. Let's go.
应该是靠抓鸡抓回来的。
Let's get there in the next 5 minutes. Ace queen versus ace queen in a 3-bet pot. When 2 players have the same hand, I like to say strongest man will survive. Let's see who survives. Wacky Jackie or Eric Hicks. And the strongest man, there he is. Many names for that young man right there. Wacky Jackie. Jackie the $1 Million Man. Macau Jackie, since he's been playing all the biggest stakes in Macau. He should be live at the bike Jackie. He has the biggest pot ever played and won in live at the bike history. So maybe we have 4 names for Jackie now. Live at the bike Jackie. Top 2 pair for Al. And both players with nothing, and Al's going to wish that they had a little something to make some payday here.
Where you go?
Ooh.
Yes and that. Where?
Where'd that come from?
Once again, this is a massive, authentic high-stake game. 100 to 200 with the $200 big blind ante. We've seen rounds of straddles as the money flies around everywhere.
I think when I wore the shirt last.
These stakes are so big. That's why they call the nosebleeds, because the stakes and the pressure is so big when you approach them and these big bets are flying massively around. Your head hurts, stress ensues, perhaps a nosebleed is possible. Quick shout outs to some of the guys in the chat who've been rocking with us. Joey F and Pigtails, Vic Holcomb, 32 Rojo, Kier, Evan Capilano, Nick from Yuma, Father Brother, and Mike Bauer, 550022. And Eric Hicks is in the mix with a big squeeze with 9-10, and Jackie with the 4-bet with 2 ladies in hand.
Check.
7 deuce deuce. Alex turns a gutty. We'll see a bet from Alex if Al checks to him. Alex glances, puts in the $1,000 bet, which is 2/3 the size of the pot. It's pretty sick how Al's so spot on in these spots. Doesn't snap fold. I'm going to end the poll in a few more votes. If you guys want to put your vote in, will Matt Berkey steamroll the table? Or will he lose some money back and there goes boom the dynamite? The question is, will Berkey keep crushing? Shout out to the 1,000 of you in the YouTube chat. I hope you're enjoying your Friday in this nosebleed action game.
This.
Already got it. 2,000.
来复一声。
Thank you.
Huh? 10牌。靠抓鸡致富了，养鱼是致不了富了，养鸡致富。我来配 check 吧。烂手牌。check。烂手牌有大回报。check。 多少 ？S 出来了，我不打了。打了，太危险。真是一靠。 啊，铁一靠，没有斗志。
600.
Eric with the raise to 600. There's been a long debate on which hand is better, 7-6 suited and 5-4 suited.
1,000.
King 10 deuce. Eric with range advantage, a bet and a win. A long debated between myself, fun players, and some very good high-stake professional poker players. And the overwhelming consensus is that from the recreational fun players, they love 7-6 more than 5-4 suited. And from the game theory optimal professionals, they like 5-4 suited more. Father brother said, love me some 5-4 suited. Amen to that. And the consensus is why 5-4 suited is better is because when you cooler an ace on the flop and you have a wheel, you're usually going to punish someone very hard with that 5-4 suited and win a big pot.
Really,
Someone
that's
has an
why.
ace, they don't lay down an ace.
Where you sit in a chair.
Also, with 5 high, you will always be at the bottom of your range, so you can always now bluff it. You can always play that hand aggressively. So that's a long debated
Last.
hand and 4-bet by Jackie.
Yeah, over a
My
week
speech
ago.
play will end as Jackie puts in the 4-bet with
And then I
2
just kept
queens.
extending it because I was just playing and winning and
Nice.
yeah. Vegas is fun.
Vegas is fun.
Yeah.
I wonder when it
Then
gets
I'll take
old.
like
I
an
always
off-
get sick of Vegas. Whenever I think I can.
But if I'm playing poker, like it's
Yeah.
what I'm doing. Like, and then I take an off day and like have fun.
Yeah.
And then I'm ready
The
to play poker
restaurants are
again.
so good right
Exactly. That's why I love it too.
Yeah.
The food,
now. Food is
like just like this
amazing.
stuff to do. Yeah. Like you can never be bored. You know.
And look, you know that guy Bruno with the mohawk in
Yeah.
his 20s?
Yeah.
Like he says he doesn't like food. And he drinks soyans, no replacement.
Yeah. He's just I don't know.
Can you imagine that?
No, I couldn't.
Like,
That's kind of funny.
like it's not a health thing. It's not. He
Yeah, it's just
doesn't like
it's just
food.
a preference that you know.
I just don't like food.
Yeah.
I go, wow. What do you do in Vegas? Like if you're not eating great.
Right.
Yeah.
He's just making his
Like
own
me-
healthy shit.
Yeah. No, he does soyans. Like just complete meal replacement. That's for people who really don't like to eat.
Yeah. Oh right. Yeah. That
Raise
must
from
be like some
Victor,
sort of
very light
something
open with
like that.
ace-4 off.
Okay. Oh, you're right.
Liberal
Maybe,
light,
though.
same thing,
Or he
10-6
just doesn't
deuce.
like to eat.
Top pair for Eric. Frank's going to take a stab. Eric with the crystal clear continue. Turn ace, check, check. River king. He's going to go check, check again. Middle pair from the flop versus top pair on the flop as it goes 2 over run out. So no surprise that this goes check, check.
Yeah, you're right. It's got to be some kind of condition.
Yeah, like has to be. Who doesn't?
You know, I was like that when I first went to college. I didn't like food.
Really?
Just because.
God, I love.
Yeah, I was just like, but I think that's like a young, like when you're young.
Yeah, maybe.
Like if you're not, like I love like, well, I'd like burgers and pizza.
Right, right, like yeah,
Yeah.
junk food.
And every once in a while I meet an adult that hasn't grown out of that.
Yeah,
Still into
that, that'll probably be me.
What?
Can I change for that? The 1,000?
Throw away a 1,000 change.
You need, oh,
That'll work.
So we'll need blacks. Oh.
Straddle, 400.
400. All right.
Can I change that? please?
Sorry.
1,500.
1,500.
1,500 from Eric
15, right?
Hicks
Yeah.
as we wait for these graphics to catch up.
Check.
Frank with 9-8 off. We know he has top pair and an open-ended. What does Eric Hicks, the Mad Genius, have?
2,000.
Bet of 2,000.
Let's do 1,000. We'll do it next time.
Check. Check. Hey.
That's good.
It's dead, right? Yeah, it's not dead.
I think it's
It's dead, right?
Oh.
Yeah.
One. Yeah, can we get him a suit? Put it on the button.
Six.
25.
Opens a 600 from Eric with Queen 10 of spades. We're going to go heads up. Jackie with a light call there with ace deuce off, open-ended for Eric Hicks. He's going to check. And Burke and Jackie's going to bet 4,500, and Eric with queen high and an open-ended. He's going to make the call. I'm assuming this hand went 3-bet pre-flop by the amount of chips that are in the middle. Eric now with middle pair and a straight draw. And Jackie's going to check this one back in hand number 71 of this high stakes 100, 200, 200 nosebleed game. Look at this. You can put this on a poster and hang it in the Bicycle Park West Casino. These two are two guys who like to get after it, and Eric's going to bet 7,000.
Get a fucking in
World Series is just around the corner. Those of you guys who tune in to Live at the Bike know that I'm a newly father. Not sure if I'm going to be able to play the main this year, depending on how my wife feels. But last year I had a little bit of a run. If I play this year, I'm going to be going in just with the same attitude, with his,
that's okay.
which is going for a deep run, trying to win this bad boy. If I do play, I do mark my journey on my Instagram and Twitter. I go by JJ4D Poker on all my social media platforms. The 4D stand for discipline, dedication, determination, and dream. And most importantly, dream, because the poker dream is alive and well, and I live it, as Victor has an overpair on this board with his tens on this 9-8-6. Not only am I a commentator for poker, but I still am a professional poker player.
1600.
And Berkey with the continue with bottom pair. He does not believe victory. Remember, these players have been playing almost every week for the last few weeks, every Friday. These players know each other very well. Victor with a bet of 2,300. Susses the situation out correctly, and Berkey now is not going to give him 2 streets. And those of you just that are tuning in, I'll give you guys a breakdown of all these players. Seed number 1 is Victor. He plays in a bunch of high-stake games. He does come from a tech background, but is a fearless and a well-respected no-limit and limit player. Seed number 3, we have Alex. He's a 22-year-old who's just found himself in this high-stakes game. He's been creating some action. Seems quite well at poker. Seat number 4, Eric Hicks, the mad genius. Has not ran very well today. Played a $172,000 plot versus Matt Berkey, and it did not go his way. Seat number 6 is the $1 Million Man known as Wacky Jackie or Macau Jackie.
Oh, sorry.
Maybe even live at the Bike Jackie. He does have the biggest pot ever won. Seat number 8 is Solve for Why Academy owner Matt Berkey. He has an awesome podcast with Christian Soto called Only Friends. Landon Tice. Check it out. I find myself listening to it, and I like all the topics that they cover. And seat number 9 is Al. Seat number 2, one of the new fan favorites, Frank, who's had about 2 or 3 sick calls today. Once again, we are Bally's Presents Live at the Bike, the world's longest running high stakes poker series, authentic high stakes cash game. Today we have a nosebleed 100, 200, 200, the biggest game running on all streams, on all poker platforms is here live to you from the Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. And once again, if you would like to help grow this channel, simply smash that like button. We're about 26 likes from 300. Hit the subscribe button. Also, hit that notify bell so you can know once we have a show every time. It's been Wednesday through Friday thus far. Ace King for Frank in a 3-bet pot versus Eric Hicks on this mid board. Frank's pretty sticky here. Eric with the gutty. Eric with the double barrel. Knows he cannot win with 10 high. Also does have equity, and the mad genius gets one going in the right direction. Let's go, Eric Hicks.
What the United States needs is a high-speed train from here to Vegas. Can you imagine that? How cool that would be?
That would be awesome.
Like, it'd be so easy to do on that route.
I thought it was a work in progress.
I don't know, man. I think China lays more high-speed rail in a day than we do in our entire lifetime. You know what I mean? But
I thought that there was a plan to...
They've been talking about it for years.
Yeah.
I've been talking about from San Francisco to Los Angeles for 10 years, I think.
A lot more. Yeah, I don't think it ever is going to happen.
5.
5 players.
Five ways to this flop. Frank with equity advantage with his nut flush draw is going to bet 1,600.
Clubs. I had this diamonds.
Frank, the man with the highest VPIP, which stands for voluntary put in pot, which the man with the highest VPIP is usually the man pushing the most action at the table, and Frank is this evening for us. He's creating a fun show for you guys and your entertainment for sure, no doubt.
6.
Open to 6 from Frank.
$31.
Wow, and another squeeze spot from Al. We saw him do this earlier with 6-9 suited. Frank and Berkey are going to come along. Nut flush draw for Matt Berkey on this 10-4 deuce. Gutty for Frank. We know Frank's going to get sticky now.
4,000.
Frank does pertain the ace and the 3 of hearts for a backdoor flush draw. He can make the wheel to the nuts. No slowing down for Al as he fires this flop. Sets a little bit of money on fire unless he's planning on going for 3 barrels. And now Matt Berkey with 100% continue, just whether he wants to raise or call. And he does some randomization in his head and perhaps just flat calls. Turn ace. Does Al ever try to rep the hand that both of these players have? He does have a gut shot to a 5. Berkey with 83% of the equity, and this, I assume, is going to go check through right now. And it goes check through 21,700 in the pot. River Jack.
11,000.
And since Al cannot win, he bets 11,000. Perhaps he's doing that because he has removal to King Jack or King Queen, which would be a straight. And Frank calls, which Berkey may now lay down the best hand, and Frank's going to win with ace 3.
Straight.
And Berkey with the head shake. He's not happy about that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? What do you have?
Ace 7 of spades.
It's 7.
Plays.
Yeah, it plays. Best hand.
Yeah.
Thanks for fooling.
It does play.
I wasn't going to fold if you folded. What are you going to call?
Yeah, you can't call that.
They can't come.
Shoving would be interesting.
A big snap call.
Oh, so fast.
no.
Bad call. Right? Looks like A7 no good.
It should be.
Big blind, please.
It can be. It only be the S3, S5, S6. If I fold it, call, right?
Yeah.
I think them.
That time.
3个人在投机，你
You got alcohol in there? No shit. What did you order?
A lot of it.
What is it?
雷鱼这是
Double Red Bull vodka.
What is it?
Rebel vodka.
I had you guys drawing fucking
Vodka
dead.
Rebel. What's in there?
Both of you.
Literally vodka.
Christ.
Red
Oh yeah.
You know,
And
I
that
cost
sounds
like
I
a fucking
cost 5.
keeps me up
Five's coming.
and gets me a little
Club
buzz.
juice 410.
That's 4. Yeah, I had 3.
Actually, goddamn.
Yeah,
juice
that's
4.
out of 5, right?
Yeah,
All I had to do was raise flop, and I
When I
just
drink.
beat him out of a massive pot.
No, he fold. He just got shot. Flop nothing.
He's not folding.
If you raise flop,
Have you met Frank?
yeah, maybe.
I did not flush draw.
and a flash
Fold
roll.
it to
Oh
the
yeah.
Oh, 2 spades. Strange draw.
Yeah, he has straight draw.
Straight draw. And a backdoor flash draw. I think
Berkey
that
with
And
the
for sure,
open.
on the turn, no fold. For
Victor
sure.
with the 3-bet. I wonder if Victor mainly flats
should bet
here,
on him.
or he always
should've
3-bets,
bet, you're
or
right.
perhaps he now 3-bets because Berkey's
call you.
talking and doesn't think Berkey is that strong.
I thought I
Perhaps
had
he
you both
thinks that
drawing red.
Berkey
I
would
would've
maybe
won.
just, if he had aces or kings, maybe
bet
quiet
with
down
me,
the
bet
table talk.
I think he bet 10,000. He would fold. I would call you. And river, I put you Mr. Flash draw.
Well, yeah, if I knew
Although a
what your two
solver
hands
and
were,
good
then
players
that's
will
what I would've
always
done.
3-bet
Actually, I would have
small
just
blind
called the river.
because they don't want to be
Yeah, that's right.
re-squeezed from the big blind. So this might be a spot
Lucky I didn't bet on 10.
where Victor is 3-betting his whole range and now gets 4-betting. And we're going to see 3. King 9-7 top once again
The only way you can win
for Matt
is 3
Berkey.
ways.
He had not flush draw. Oh my god, big pot.
就抓雷雨，雷雨一己之力把他水上了。那像雷加雷雨加负雨，被火了。雷一己之力把他水上了。
Matt Berkey with range advantage. His 4-betting range will have aces, kings, and ace-king.
Someone's probably working. It'll come eventually. It's like another hour. Then it'll- Yeah, it's fine. I'm not.
我现在是20、30，我已经快2万了。
Thank you.
雷一己之力把我升上来了，谢谢。我今天偷那个偷3S 上。
Victor does continue for 1-bet. Interesting spot here with the bottom pair turning. Does Berkey continue to bet and try to get called by something like jacks and 10s, perhaps even queens? And what sizing? Let's defer to Berkey's sizing.
就是最后惨淡的回声，就不该炸不该炸我，你知道我喜欢抓你的。
Berkey goes with a healthy one. 15,000
白送，
into 21,
我肯定抓你的。
23,000 actually.
10 seconds.
Victor knows that Matt Berkey can be light here with ace-5, ace-4, perhaps even ace-3 or queen-jack and jack-10 4-bets. At what percentage and what frequency does Matt Berkey do this, and how good am I? If I am Victor, I'm thinking out loud. This is what Victor is thinking. Would Matt Berkey do this with ace-queen? Perhaps. Removal to ace-king. And Victor does make the call once again. I think for the reasons why I just told you, river is a brick. $53,400 in the pot. Matt Berkey hoping that he's cooler Victor, and Victor has something like King Jack or King Queen. And how much will Victor call? And he checks it back. A $53,400 pot. Matt Berkey still the big winner today.
Scoop the pot though. The pot.
If he fired there, Victor was going to fall.
Once again, we're going to get our scoreboard up.
That was the problem. I can't figure out what the fuck hand he was going to call.
Oh, I would check that back too.
Here are the chip counts.
Weigh it up.
Jackie with the
He's gonna
$420,000 stack.
I'm going to cry and fold.
You could definitely jam this, and then you're in the fucking worst spot of your life.
He's just going to fold.
We're going to look at the VPIPs right now.
He's gonna
Frank
fold everything else,
rocking
and
with
if
the
he has a 9, he's just gonna shove.
60%
Cry.
VPIP. The man is bringing the action. Here are the pre-flop raises. We're going to get the scoreboard up, the cumulative winnings. Berkey up 118,000. Jackie up 20,000. Alex up 18,000. Frank up 5,000. And the big spender thus far is the mad genius Eric Hicks, almost down 6 figures. Matt Berkey, those of you who have just tuned in, has played the 2 biggest pots of the night. Hand number 4. Top set of aces, flops,
this guy.
gets Frank to go all in on the turn with the open-ended straight draw. They run it twice. Matt Berkey holds. Then played $172,000 pot versus the mad genius Eric Hicks. Let's get back down to the action.
5 spades.
See how lucky you are?
Come on, man. You did very great today, right?
Yeah.
Already.
我这个保持这个 live 不败记录的，本来我以为今天那个 live 不败记录被打破了的。
Is this turning into a personal thing?
Yes, same guy. Yeah.
It's in the past.
Very tight call. Very tight call. Nitty. Don't trust you.
2 aces aren't good enough.
We're going to go heads up in this 3-bet pot. Victor of 5s. We're going to
That's why he doesn't have.
Gonna go round number 2, Berkey versus Victor. And Victor, no holds bar, sitting deep, 3-betting every single pair in his range. I wonder if this is the smallest pair that he 3-bets here, though. Turn a king. Berkey with 6 high. Victor's 2-5 still good. Does Victor check, or does he put in a small bet, like a quarter? Nope, he checks it back. Berkey now with a 3. Definitely this is going to go check, check. Berkey's going to hope that his 3 is good. Perhaps if Berkey does put in a bet, he's going to get called by ace high. That's what he thinks.
2,500.
And Berkey actually turns his 3 into a bluff of 2,500. Hoping to get some probably middling pair to fold, like 8s or 9s. Perhaps even jacks. Since the 3 flush is on the board, a 7 and a king would make those hands pretty tough to play here. Those are absolutely the hands that Berkey was attacking. And Berkey was pretty spot on with getting one of those cards to fold, a 5, pocket 5s.
Not thin. Oh.
Very greedy. 7 is Jackie, yeah.
I'm going to end this poll also 121 votes. What do you guys like better, 5-4 suited or 6-7 suited? Seems like the vast majority, even after my speech play. As you guys see, the new Bally's presents live at the bike, floating through outer space on our back end. 66%, 2/3 do like the 6-7 suited more. I cannot convince you guys.
Eric, you ever try to play at Hustler at all? No.
Like,
I'm gonna go check it out, but.
And we are 3 likes away from 300 likes on YouTube. Smash that like button. Help out with the YouTube algorithm. We provide you guys with this free high stakes content, which will stay on our YouTube page if you guys want to re-go watch those 2 big hands that Matt Berkey played. It was hand number 4. I'm not sure where the other hand is. Perhaps it will be in a YouTube clip. Habbo's spicy hand of the day.
Don't kick me off. I've been playing Jack 3 off.
That's my home casino, and I went.
All right, look. We'll
game,
play this one.
And Nick tried to get me out of the casino.
Why?
My VPIP is definitely not the lowest right now.
Like, you know, they're saying, "What's he doing here?" It's just, dude, I want to learn how to play here. It's like my home casino.
That's wild.
Such jackassery that those guys took over my home casino. Like, it's right by my house. You know,
Yeah.
I love. I know all the people there. And it says, I can get him thrown out of there like that.
Is he drunk?
No, I don't know.
We're going to go 5 ways to this flop. Very liberal hands here with the 9-4-0. Middle set for Macau Jackie.
造炮，再把炮造大，我准备趁来一些重枪。别看错了啊
！Jackie versus Frank, a tale as old as time. 2 friends battling it out.
你不是把这一枪留给我来打？
Frank with the 10 of spades and the gut shot. Jackie with middle set, putting chips in the middle. Jackie's bet was a little too big to get Frank to oblige for a call.
Sure.
$600.
Nice.
Raise. 2K. 2,000.
3 bet alert from Alex. God's Frank dominated. Al's been very spicy today.
No, never fold, never fold, never fold. I have position, so I have an extra 30.
We're going to go 3 ways.
Check.
What a flop for Al. Pair and a flush draw. King, queen, 5, 2 spades.
Check around.
Alex with ace of spades. Boom for Alex. Turns an ace. And he has the gut shot.
2,000.
Wow, Alex bets 2,000, and here comes the haymaker from Al. Al has the removal to Jack 10. This is why he's doing this.
Only 8,000.
And Alex has the removal to Jack 10 as well, with top pair and a straight draw. River is a brick. The backdoor flush does come in. So if Al did check raise with something like King Jack of Hearts instead of Queen 10 of Spades, he does get there. And this is going to go check, check, and Alex is going to win a $22,500 pot.
那个 Victor，你这个东西呢？搬着呢？
没有，当时那个人帮我弄的。
没有搬怎么开的？
What a fucking terrible river. They got so much regalia and non-heart.
Either? You can do that? Wow, really? So good. Good job.
2 hours?
Revealed.
It's like 45
Sports book
minutes.
in here too.
Only 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Did they? They have a sports book in here.
No.
Much better
sports
than
book in
Toronto.
California.
Oh yeah.
That's right, because they don't do like roulette or they don't do Vegas games either. It's cool they do baccarat though. It's also a baccarat table, 24 hours straight.
Are you a baccarat guy too?
I love baccarat.
你是不是又 bluff 错人了？你今天，你这个真一直 bluff， 一直被抓。对呀，这个今天不是抓鱼，今天是抓鸡。我偷个鸡这么难，偷鸡很难的。
Bradley Little, shout out to you. Says JJ, you are the truth in the booth. Thank you very much. Shout out to you, Glaze420, for joining us as well, too, with the old school chat regs. Ace 10-7. Frank with the gutty is just gonna fire versus Matt Berkey. Matt Berkey bought him for $50,000. Big winner today has $170,000 stack.
真的，偷鸡的技术，你我跟你说，要像我一样，要么就不偷，偷就是 all in，碰了三个 S 倒霉。No, I said I told Lily, I said, if you want bluff, right?
Just go all in.
Let's go all in. Like me,
Instead of
and
aces.
like me and Eric.
All in.
Only nuts can, only nuts can call us, right?
Right. Right.
You're not wrong though.
So you said you fall, right?
Yeah, no
We had
But all the nuts are folding.
put it all in, they get a nuts read.
On the top set.
Yeah. I said ace. No.
I didn't have this. You could have it straight. 7-10. It was real.
True. Oh, fuck.
Whatever. Against the
Look at
hand,
look.
never for a top set.
No. Of course.
Never. Yeah.
It was fucking Queen Jack.
You can't just say I raised to maybe 8,000,
Joking.
15,000, still.
Oh, yeah.
No. No way.
Ace 5-3, Jackie with top pair, turn king.
Try.
Jackie with a very liberal call on the button. I guess you don't buy in for 424,000. You get the name Macau Jackie and Wacky Jackie and $1 Million Man Jackie without peeling some light calls in the bun with Ace 7. And Jackie gonna go for some value, hoping that Frank has a king, and that's exactly what Frank has. And he goes for a big bet of value.
Oh yeah, English please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not.
You don't want chop, right?
We'll get some subtitles later. What are they saying?
真他妈的有 S 啊！真有 S 啊！我马上大把 K 给死死的，给他扎的。
And Frank does make the call. Jackie's big bet.
3给他4无鸡蛋长。
They're just like having a conversation like in the last on cards.
Sorry, you have busted spades.
Yeah, that was all good. No spades.
All right, let's try this again, boys and girls. I tried it yesterday. I got a very important question for the poll, and it needs an answer. This is just as important as smashing the like button. So actually, smashing the like button is more important. Let's take some time to do that. You know, guys, let's stretch. Scroll down a little bit, smash the like button. Let's get us to over 400 likes since we've got a 100, 200, 200 nosebleed game. Okay, now that we've done that, we feel better now. Answer this question in the poll. Is Phil Hellmuth the GOAT? Yesterday, I said yes. The poll said no. New audience today. Some of you guys came back, like Evan, right, and Glazed. Here's the poll.
付点小钱可以。
You must have actually had it there since they both folded.
Right.
Born shot away.
Yes or no?
Agree?
I'm not doing it.
It's optional. I just like doing it.
I'm only double straddle.
Acting last. I like that. The triple straddle one. 16.
Raise 1K, 1,000. 3,000 free raise.
We've got a double straddle in the mix.
Victor.
Pot's building up.
He's the big blind. I'm straddle. Oh, the small blind he took too.
What is 3? Yeah. Oh, let's try.
Oh, what a move!
Let's try.
Take a harder box.
Keep an eye on this guy.
$800. Keep that in the pocket.
Looks like we got a big raise from Frank. Let's see once this catches up.
Okay. So much.
Never fold.
And I'm not sure, but it looks like
I think I would
there was
call
some
it just
action
about
post
anything
flop here.
less.
13,000?
13, I'm in.
There we go.
13, I'm 100% in.
I do some change. Oh, fuck it.
Good hand.
Yeah, one purple.
Yeah.
That's fine. Just get in my blind.
Good freaking hand.
Thank you.
14-5. Huh? Make it 14-5.
If he would have said.
I mean, 15 is just obscene.
That's right. That's the right amount.
That's 7 deuce under there.
That's exactly the right amount. Isn't it?
No.
Flash.
Too big.
6.
600.
Try again.
1,800. We raised.
Six.
Matt Berkey with an identical disrespectful 3-bet versus Eric Hicks. This is the second time he's taken ace-8 offsuit versus Eric.
Check.
5 deuce deuce. Range advantage Matt Berkey. He's going to bet it up probably 100% frequency.
6, 7. Let's go home. Keep playing.
哦，就是结束嘛，都不打了，都结束嘛。
Play here.
对呀，你或者去哪？ 没有局了，
I can play outside.
去哪里？没有人啊。
Stay open.
And Eric with the float with queen 9 of spades, backdoor flush draw, turn deuce, big bet coming from big bet Berkey, and big bet Berkey checks. River's a jack.
说了，今天不仅5万
Check.
带回去。
Wow, and Matt Berkey's going to flip over this one, and the table's going to be quite shocked. Look at Jackie's facial expression. Whoa. Ace-8 off. If that doesn't send the message that Matt Berkey is coming for the mad genius, you better be careful. The mad genius has got something for hands that get shown down like that.
Yes. Don't trouble. Please, calm down. 因为已经被这个高额的这个税给抽的头上大。
他抽什么水？他老爸。
出门1万块，打输自己的，打赢出90%。
So how about even? Just even every session, even. So no tax.
Wrist. Berkey did.
就是等于说赢，如果赢10万的话，
800.
That's a double shot, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome.
司令说打牌没意思，不好玩。
4K even. Been raised 4,000. Call. Call.
I meant 15.
3%.
Fuck.
Pat Berkey now with ace 7 offsuit. Queen 8, 6, 13,800 in the pot. Matt Berkey slows down now that he feels like he's losing credibility. Alex with the second nut flush draw.
6,000.
Bet from Eric. Does Alex raise here? Flat call seems fine with king high. Raise seems good. And there's the call.
Check.
King high.
King high as this goes check, check. 25,800 shipped to the Mad Genius.
Clubs, huh?
Good fold.
Yeah.
2 clubs.
Fuck, I would have got that.
Once again, if you guys want to,
I
put your
can't
vote in the
beat that.
poll.
No, not
It's
really.
an easy poll. Is Phil Hellmuth the GOAT? Those of you that think he is, so far 81% of you do not think he is. So if you guys feel strongly about that, jump in the poll right now and switch these numbers around.
What's that?
By a lead big.
Maybe.
这个投机的吧？
I see.
Yeah,
看一下这
you
个真的。
go big, yeah.
No,
Sorry.
I owe 200.
Yeah.
教授头发变白啊。
Yeah.
1200 raised.
1200?
Call. Thank you.
Victor with 2 kings. Of course, there's an ace on this flop.
Check. Check. Check.
King's still good though. Jackie with 2 pair now with that river 10 and hand number 87. This high stakes 100, 200, 200 game. This is a straddle round. There are 3 hearts on board. Jackie with the 10 of hearts in hand. Removes some flush draws that could have hit. And Jackie bets 5,000. The young man says pot, as if they were playing pot limit hold'em. Tough spot for Victor, although he doesn't have a heart in his hand. He loses to a 10, and actually Jackie doesn't have two pair. He has trip 10s. Trip 10s for Jackie. Jackie's polarizing his bet, saying he has trips or a flush. Victor's trying to replay hands that they've played many times before, where Jackie has bet pot on the river. Has Jackie mainly had it when he's bet pot in these small hands, since this is relatively a small pot in this game? Does Jackie bluff more when he bets pot, or does he have it more when he has it? Or in these pots that he bets 5,000, there's Jackie. Calm, cool, stoic. Jackie does play the biggest games in Macau, sitting with about $500,000 in his stack. It's nothing for a boss like Jackie. Victor does make the correct fold. I feel like Victor might be running low on time chips. And I'm going to end this poll. Those of you guys who want to know the results, there was 132 votes. 80% of you do not think Phil Hellmuth is the GOAT. That's pretty odd because he's won so much. 16 bracelets. Although you put Phil Hellmuth versus my guy Eric Hicks, and I got Eric Hicks all day. So you guys might be correct.
Six.
We have an open and a 3-bet. Jackie 3-betting with 10, 7 suited. Jackie going for it. Like I said, you don't buy in deep not to play a lot of pots. Eric's going to call with Jack 9 off, 5-3-3. Spot where Jackie's going to be able to bet with impunity here. Simply that impunity bet at 100% frequency gets the job done. And I wonder if Lion in the chat is Pat Lyons. Is that you, Pat? Because he put in the chat, Pat Lyons will smoke Phil Hellmuth, which, hey, I've seen Pat Lyons run up some stacks. I'm not going to argue with that.
6. Go. Black suit. Black back or red. Purple, whatever you call it. Whatever color that is.
Queen 5-4. Bottom pair for Alex and Eric. Ace kicker.
turn. How do you think can we start the next game with Oscar? Like
What a turn card, an ace.
Pielo, Omaha
Top and bottom 2 pair for Alex and Eric.
Because we have to play more limited game.
Let's defer to Eric. I think Eric's gonna mash the pop button. Looks like he does bet something like 6,000. Really wants to get paid that someone who has an ace here or a flush draw knows that Frank is pretty sticky with draws. And now how does Alex play this hand? He applies just to call 19,400 in the pot. Look at Alex glare at the Mad Genius as the Mad Genius does not look back. Alex is looking for a live read, a tell, some sort of information from the Mad Genius as he checks it over. And the Mad Genius.
You, Oscar, me, Lloyd, Johnny Chen, Hanju. At least, because Oscar play, I think more players. Maybe Fatong, maybe the Yanif, the fat guy. The fat guy like a big game.
Yeah, we could get a game.
And a bet of 12,000. Let's chop this one up.
Like, if you have ace queen, I'm fucking sick, but I can't. That's what I'm thinking.
Absolutely, that would be pretty sick.
What a turn. Yeah. See, I'm not going to sit here and put time chips in like I'm calling.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really thought it was ace queen. Such a value.
他当时 button 是他，你小盲，因为他一定不会放到你任何3 bet， 他飘都飘死你了。你拿对6，你去做3 bet。
Once again, this is Bally's Presents live at the bike. World's longest running high stakes poker series. You guys know that live at the bike has been going on since like 2004. Shout out to Jimmy H. You're way too kind. He says the other streams have no idea. I can listen to JJ's poker all day. Hey man, I still love, breathe, eat, and sleep poker. I still study poker. I still enjoy commentating with you guys. I still play for a living in the mid stakes and the lower high stake games in LA. I was putting together a game at the Bicycle in the Legends room the last 3 months. Fun games, 10, 20, 40. And
I mean, I have to
taking a month off of poker
I'm not bored.
and just commentating.
Got
Got to be careful now that I have a newborn in-house. For at least the first 30 days, the doctor said so.
Calling and just paying.
Shout out to Bill Peters as well. Thank you for the compliment.
Maybe get some like random
Future Man says, JJ, how did your poll go for the GOAT of poker?
Yeah.
Did not go good. I bow down to you, Future Man. It's the last time I do that.
Yeah.
Till next show. One day, I will have a lot of Helmuth fans in the building, and I will win that poll. Okay? You better be there for that. Once again, we got 361 likes. Let's push it to 400. You guys got the power in your finger to help support this channel. I guarantee this is the biggest running game on all poker streams today, on all poker shows. We've got 100, 200, 200, straddles of 400.
Oh, sorry. Call.
The stakes are so big on this Friday, your nose could bleed. That's why they're called the nosebleeds. We're going to go 6 ways to this flop. Actually, 5. Berkey with the best of it. Berkey with $167,000 stack. We're going to get to this turn. I believe Alex, yeah, I was going to say Alex has still got to be in this hand. He's got the nut flush draw and a pair as this goes check through. 2 pair now for Matt Burks.
Check.
I don't think he likes that. I shouldn't call him Matt Burks. It's Big Bet Berkey. I need to put some respect on his name after he's up over 100,000 today. That was disrespectful of me calling him Matt Burks. It's either Big Bet Berkey, Matt Berkey, the owner of Solve for Why. One of the most interesting men in all of poker. Here he sits stoic
Get there.
with that perfect posture as he scoops another one.
So 2 hold'em, PLO high and star high, right? I not play like
He's gonna buy the phone.
do 7 single draw.
Oh yeah, he's buying it.
I play with him and Lloyd and Johnny Chen. We play 4 ways.
Different even ranking system.
That's a big bad game. Every time I bluff him, he just catch me every time, never miss.
It's more worth it if you just straddle. It's more worth it. Good value. Yeah, why not?
Straddle 5 or 4.
Five. Has to be 5. Has to be 5.
Yeah, has to be
It
5.
doesn't make any sense to straddle 4 because it's even cheaper than buy. Right? Professional.
Yeah.
Quick shout out. So we got a Lowell in action. Jabba, Evan Capilano, Glaze 420, Carlos Vera, my dude Future Man, Bill Peters, my other dude Glazed 420, Nick Gary, Phil Hamath. Don't think that's the real one, but whatever. What's up, Phil? Pusha T is in the building. Lion, what's up, Lion? Thank you for the nice words in the chat as we get to this flop. King 5-4, 2 clubs, both players whiff. Jackie with initiative, but checks it back. When I say initiative, it's because he is the pre-flop raiser. Jackie cannot win with 10 high. So here comes a bet, and he's going to make his hand look like an ace. That's the story he's going to tell.
又被你抓，他妈！
偏还。
这
Nice call, Frank.
And Frank
Nice win.
calls with queen high. Ace, king, 5-5, and
Nice
calls
win.
with queen high. Knows that Jackie could have 7-8 and 8-9 and 9-10 like Jackie does. What a call. Frank's about 3 for 3 on very sick calls today.
10鹤沟有一个很长的。这种线我怎么会这种 bluff？ 你多蠢啊！这种 bluff。
Jabba said he subbed for the shout out. Thank you, man. We are 25 likes away from 400. Let's support this channel and get over 400 likes, as well as the sub button helps probably the most. What a call by Frank. He's definitely going to be one of my favorite players because he's just making it pop in today on the stream.
这个是有影响，我自己想的，这一场应该是我最后一场打这件事。啊？当你的维度提高之后，你就知道根本没有影响。你千万别以为别人会通过你的以前的打法。
We're going to see 3 to the flop in 3 ways. King 6-4. Al with the unknown hand. He's going to check it as a pre-flop raiser, though. Alex does have a pair of 6s. Turn 10. Frank now with middle pair. And it's going to go check through again. I wonder what Al has. Maybe Al has some sort of small pair. And Eric put out a bet, although it didn't have that we had him in the hand.
Frank, you're my favorite.
2 pair, 2 pair.
Queen 6 would have been so good.
因为是这样，你只是周末
And Eric's going to win this. Unfortunately, we don't know what Eric had that hand.
在打，我会碰见无数人。我在很多时候我是裸体对着别人，而且对面这个人我一无所知，所以就是肯定是打的越少对我来说越好。你是都无所谓，一个礼拜你过来娱乐娱乐，你干啥你对，咱们不一样的。我每天我可能面对好多人，他妈的，人家对我就是很了解，对不对啊？人家有很多东西我们是改。
Try to call out was too
And here are the chip counts.
Can you call floor on your way out? Send a floor on your way out?
Jackie with the overwhelming chip stack here.
很大的问题，我们是人呢，不是机器啊，有很多缺点的，对不对？
And here are the pre-flop raises. Berkey, the big winner today, 124,000. Jackie up 33,000. Alex up 15,000. Eric Hicks, the big spender thus far, down 83,000. So the big question today is, will Eric Hicks in the last hour and a half make a comeback? Also, Matt Berkey with two of the biggest pots today. He won a $102,000 pot with top set of aces, and also won a $172,000 pot versus Matt Berkey. Will the good times keep rolling for Matt Berkey? I said in the promo today that Matt Berkey's been on a cusp for a big win, and here we go. Can he close it out? Can he raise it up even more over the last hour and a half?
Right, that's why I bet big.
Tune in to see. Also, smash that like button because we're 5 people away from 400.
1,000.
Classic.
I know.
Hey, can we also get a masseuse? I guess they've been trying to get it. Haven't been able to get one in here.
Can I have cocktails also
5,000.
when you get a chance?
And cocktails?
I thought you never fold. I have shit. I bluffed the big ringer.
Gut shot.
Yeah.
Counts.
Double gutty.
Double goody. That's not shit. Gold.
Best
Solid
hand,
gold.
best hand.
$600.
Open from Victor with ace-4 hearts. He's going to get 3 callers. Frank did not choose to 3-bet with his ace-queen. Dominating Victor on this ace-6-6 board.
800. 1,800.
Victor's going to bet 800 and a snap raise from Frank. Jackie also with an ace. Jackie is going to get sticky with it. Ace 9 and is actually in second place. They give Frank no credit here. Frank's image is amazing.
Yeah, right.
Here comes Frank again.
Like, I don't want to spend my Friday listening to the Chinese gibberish.
Frank with a half pot size bet to 3,600. And that should do the trick versus 2 players, I believe. But let's defer back to Victor.
Just one other English speaker at the table. I'm serious.
If you go on, I still probably call.
It's like
I probably would rather call him than a value bet.
Yeah, but we need all the English
There's
speakers.
a lot of yeah.
He's got more in the pockets. That's not case money.
Yeah, my deposit's probably gone through by now.
哎呦哎，我不知道，我说他什么东西想拉几个的。
Exactly. Exactly.
He said he had ace.
I said I also have 8.
Either talking about the hands as well
enough.
afterwards. So like,
Plus your
it
nit.
should only be English at the table. Like it's against the rules to be talking about the hands.
During the hand of play.
But after the hand as well, like, we don't got all that information.
After that as well.
No, if you talk about
I
the
don't
hand
give a fuck.
afterwards, that's not cool.
I actually speak Mandarin. Yeah.
Frank
so
can talk
I know
Chinese.
exactly what y'all are saying.
Do you really?
Hey, somebody likes soda?
Oh no, I just want massage.
Can I?
But I'll get a Coors Light, by the way.
First six?
Yeah. But yeah, mine was the massage.
Could I have 2 sparkling waters? Thank you.
Cool.
Anybody else?
What over there?
No, I want sparkling. Thank you though.
Hey, do you really speak Mandarin?
I'm messing with them.
We got to get a translator to look at it.
It'd be funny if I did though. You're just sitting here listening.
Yeah.
But cheaper, like they don't. No one knows that you actually.
I've had dealers warn me when we have Chinese-speaking dealers here.
Almost re-release. 818.
It's on me. No, it's on you. Sorry, you're good. You're good.
我也很开心，让你发挥，然后把那个枪交给你。
Maybe river ace.
1300. Chop.
River ace.
It's chop. Call ace.
Oh fuck. Maybe no more ace. If he had ace, no more ace.
Right there.
Totally dead. Yeah.
Check around. $1,800.
Leave that. Good value, though.
Perfect.
Victor, Monday. We'll see.
I was about to say that has to be the cheapest time bank ever.
I know. I'm not using that. I, don't I had a 3. I thought it was good. Was it? The bet. I needed a bigger bet, not a smaller bet. I see.
如果星期星三都有的话，我打完我就回。
I gotta stop playing these shitty fucking hands for losing money. Mute. Testing.
Raise.
Turkey raise 5.
There you go.
Hey, just 300.
No.
Straddle 400. What was that?
Yeah.
Fold. Raise 1,000. Fold.
right. Oh, Berkey.
Good luck.
Eric, can you give me $5?
Yeah. Barrel yellow.
I had a solid hand.
Good fold. Good
Suited
fold.
connector.
Good fold.
Oh, hook.
Berkey didn't even have to
Leave
bet
it
at
out
that
of
one.
Is that a Stella?
Alex just
6-5 of
folded.
spades. I was like,
I'll
fuck
give
yeah. I could 3-bet if someone else
Right.
called.
Thank you so much. Oh, I didn't realize there was a charge. Keep the change.
Oh, yeah, you're used to Vegas, huh? One of the things I love about Vegas is the free drinks.
I
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
can't imagine.
But the game I'm playing, everybody's tipping $5 a drink anyway.
That's what I just
I
did.
forgot a tipper.
But it was a $6 drink.
Tipper later.
Raise.
All right. Take it. All right. Yeah, no problem. Should be free.
What was it?
No, it's fine.
The stream
5.
whatever.
Sorry.
Raise from Berkey. Picked up 2 hitchhikers. King, Jack 4, Rainbow. Open-ended for this young 22-year-old playing 100, 200, 200. Turn is a jack. River ace. Bingo. And checks it over to Al. Does Al go for some thin value versus a king? Something like 800, perhaps 1,000. Seems justified. Whoa. 4,000. This is a merge bet. This is a hand, perhaps. Al is trying to get another ace to fold.
Contemplating a raising. No, I don't think I can. I mean, I call.
Yeah, Al's trying to get another ace to fold off of a chop when he bets over the size of the pot.
I mean, what?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. The ace.
这还是他是打 value。
That's
1000 chain.
Thank that man.
he's
Thank
folding
him.
anyways.
Yeah, I know you're right.
What is he betting on this hand? I don't know.
He said, I don't understand what he said.
It was over. It was like a. Yeah.
I want some value bet, you know.
I can't raise the overbet on that board.
It looked pretty wimpy though, the flat call there.
You got unlucky. I had the same hand.
I raise, he folds.
The chat
had
fans
ace
are
three
making
also,
fun
yeah.
now.
Until I raise and then he jams and I'm like, fuck.
6.
Nitty. I'll make some nitty calls. It happens. Huh? I am. Thank you. $600?
Yes.
Raise.
Raise. 3,500. Call. Call.
35.
Take it. 3 player.
应该多少？3万多，3万3600。来吧，call。好，啊，twice，意思 OK，twice，river，twice，跑不掉这场，哎，跑不掉。
I like Al's hand.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's hands.
Yeah.
No, I think I go that way.
Side pot?
100.
Okay, 100.
Okay.
Wow.
If he sucks out, you win.
First ball, first.
And
first
Frank's
okay.
all in
Big gamble.
with 8-7, open-ended and top pair.
Big gamble.
Yeah, I'll take it. All right.
I'll take it.
Okay. Same rule.
Better not be fucking around here, Al.
Right?
你赢了你。
Just the first.
Better not having
Come on, I bet
9-10
on you.
under there.
I bet on you.
他应该是surrender already. 看到了。
for him.
Wow.
Huh?
And here we go.
Fuck.
No.
Just a straight.
And all.
Straight draw.
And here we go. We're going to run it twice. We're not sure what Al has. First one straight for Frank. And I believe second one straight for Frank, if I saw correctly.
I'm sorry. No. What the fuck?
Okay, this is dead.
And so far, an unknown hand for Al, which I assume is an overpair.
No.
Everybody enjoyed
Oh my goodness. $104,000 pot. Ran twice and won for Frank. And that is a man. If I lost a $100,000 pot, I would look exactly like Al, except a little more tortured.
200.
At a 5-7.
turn 啊，你推出来我肯定就付掉了。哦，你3-4万，我靠，我猜你他妈可能是这个 set， 你知道吗？
Nice playing with you in LA. Welcome to LA.
人家输了，
Where are you staying at anyway?
Here, actually.
Nice. Is it nice? or what?
Yeah, they gave me a really nice room.
Nice.
我的妈呀！
I was like, how much money was it? It was like, it wasn't bad. It was like, I don't know, like 200 something.
Let me know if you want to get in a game.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely might.
You still.
I only have, of course.
What did you do?
I haven't had an ace in fucking 3 hours.
What you did last night?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Of course. I was gonna say it can't be. It's an ace? No way.
do the same thing.
Haven't had one of those.
一样，你也可以推吧
It's nom.
他后面没多少钱了，主要是，才3万多。
Fuck, I don't know. So
不是，炮力已经4万了。
the free card already. You just check behind. It's not bad. You can
My
check
button?
on the chart.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't get paid. He'd rather get it in and suck
God, I
on.
had a 7 too. That's so sick.
他 check， 对吧？他 check， 他成功把我套进来了，
I don't know. So
成功的把我套了进来。
I successfully lost the maximum.
就第一个，啊，雷雷给我挖了一个坑，眼看着我跳进来，结果没想到我又挖了。
9-9. Be careful. Backup player. Backup player.
结果他妈太重，把坑给压坏了。
Served in the proper glass, really cold. Yeah, nice and cold. They never get the.
你看先推出来，
They got the temperature right.
Really? Nice and cold? Yeah.
Ice and cold. How about yours? Is yours really cold?
Really good. Yeah.
Check.
It's a new ownership. Spending money and on the good things, making the beers nice and cold.
Yeah.
Beers before used to be kind
So
of
you
warm.
should. Yeah. That's bad. Good warm beer.
Next, they might improve the food. We'll really be cooking. When I see how spoiled Bellagio players are,
Yeah.
what we got to eat here, dude.
We get nice food, don't we? Even the room service is just fantastic.
Right. I used to stay at the Penthouse Suites.
Really?
What are they called?
At Bellagio?
No, at Aria.
Oh, Sky Suites.
Yeah, I love
Yeah,
those.
that's the one. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Sky Suites. Yeah. But yeah, they're great. So big too. I had like a kitchen in mine.
Oh yeah,
I was like,
isn't
I
that
don't
nuts?
fucking need this. I'm doing this.
Yeah, isn't
I was
that
in there
nuts?
maybe 4
Yeah.
hours a day. Like I barely slept for like 7 days straight.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous for you to get that nice of a room because it's just you, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. But like sometimes, like when I go out with my buddies, like they all say like I'll get them whatever stuff.
Yeah, but there's so many places. Wants to go back to a room and hang out.
Yeah.
And Frank.
Look how happy
It's
he
nice
is.
to have you staying like a
Frank, the undefeated man, took a big swing at the beginning of this show. Hand number 4, doubled up Matt Berkey, and the young man is now in the green, and look at that smile.
He has an apartment though, right?
That is a man that who was once in the red and now torturing this table.
Is that Madrid?
He's in Madrid. Yeah.
Run too good. I don't know.
Balling out there.
Yeah. Making so much money.
这听见了，操！有点不好。他瑞我至少瑞8000回来，或者1万。开辟的给他靠了。
18.
Frank with the raise and the 3-bet.
Lucky?
Yeah.
Oh, so now I have to call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to call.
And Eric wants to play a pot. He cold calls a 3-bet with king queen. Figures he's playing deep, and if he hits a big flop, he can get unstuck. Let's go. Mad genius. And a cold call from Jackie. If you wanted to see some high stakes, where players are playing a lot of pots,
You're rich. You will be rich.
Awesome. I hope that's true.
Rich and soulless.
Yeah.
But it's only for Chinese.
Okay. I'm not, well. Maybe make something happen.
Jack 9-5. Somehow, all these players whiff. Actually, Jackie with the 5 in the best hand. Eric bets 4,000. Jackie with the call. Eric with the gutty. And the gutty right on time. And Eric checks it over to the $1 million man, Jackie. On hand number 102. And Eric bets 10,000 in a fold by Jacks. Jackie, shouldn't call him.
What? Oh.
好容易把它套进个真的。你turn 推出来我。
发2次全死。
你turn 推出来我大概率是 fold。
Turn if he go in first,
Yeah.
how come? I don't think so. So he check raise on the flop, 15,000 snap calls, so nothing changed on the turns. So only 30,000 behind. Same thing.
Almost fold. Yeah. 马上可以。
还是可以跟的。
应该是可以跟，应该是可以跟的。
我怎么都是死。
很难靠得动。
If you go in on the flop, he's same thing. Flop.
Oh, flop
twice. Same thing.
Yeah.
The second
Pusha
turn,
T right on cue and says, there's that 5-4 suited. Yes, because if you smash that 5-4 suited, you're for sure getting a double.
On the second run.
But he might hit a full house river, the second board.
Yeah, it's possible. But if he just had aces, dead.
心都虚了，你看到不到吗？我这画2次。好了，回去之后可以跟老婆说拆了，明天还可以继续过来打。
你老婆到底看不看？
有时候跟我一起看，
Once again, you guys are watching Bally's Presents live at the bike, the world's longest running high stakes poker series. If you like watching authentic high stakes action, you're in the right place. Just please smash that thumbs up button and hit the subscribe button. We are running a 100, 200, 200 game today. So $500 dead in every single pot. We've got an action clock as well. My name is JJ De La Garza. Shout out to you guys. Much love for all the nice comments. I got some special shout outs to people who have been awesome all day in the chat. Future Man, Lion, Mad Benjamin, Joey, Vic Holcomb, 32 Rojo, Evan Capiano, Nick Fremima, Father Brother, Mike Bauer, 55-0. What's up, Jabba? Pusha T as well. Glaze 420. I'm a man for the people, by the people, with the people. I am the people. I am still a poker professional. And commentator. I guess I'm a commentator as well. It's funny. Poker commentary kind of came naturally to me because I study so much poker and I love poker. But I still love playing poker 10x more. Playing the big pots, raking in the big pots, putting my players on hands. Anyways, raise from Alex and just a flat call from Eric with 2 queens. Tricky, trappy, Eric Hicks still with the best hand as this goes check through. Alex is going to bet 1,000, repping the ace. Eric just folds the queens, and Jackie's going to call with that ace. Good fold by Eric not to be stubborn once there's a king and an ace on the board. Plus, it's multi-way. He gave this youngster some credit. And Alex is going to bet 3,200. I think Alex has played this hand pretty well. Alex is telling the story that he has Queen Jack and or a flush. Alex was the initial raiser. Would Alex ever check a flush draw on the flop and just bet the turn? That's what Jackie's asking himself. It's just an oddly played hand by Alex, because most players will bet their flush draws on the flop. If Jackie perceives this youngster to be balanced and to check some nut flush draws, then he will make this call. But if he doesn't think that this youngster is balanced, then he will make this call. And it looks like Jackie does make the call with ace napkin. King 10 deuce. Nobody with much.
I didn't notice that.
Check.
Tell him not a lot, just fold.
哇，我跟你说，我以为结束了。
You can't do that. You have to hold your cards because 3-way hands up you can do that.
And Victor bets 800.
你注意，
No,
And Alex looks him up with just a 3. This goes check, check, and Alex got sticky with Queen 3 of clubs. Is going to win this pot.
知道吗？我都不记得我靠了这手牌。实际上我推雷雷这手牌跟我推他的那手牌是一模一样的。没准。图什么？他们一开始给你换，还不算了吗？对吗？你还是一点一点换。没记得真是。
Didn't expect to lose. Playing with you guys, how can I expect to lose?
这就是鱼的思想，这就是鱼的思想。鱼的思想永远这么自信。
Not finished. We have thing 1 hour
Check.
more.
Ace Queen 7. Top 2 pair for Al. I've seen this hand before.
I felt like gonna duck hunt quickly, so there's no need to change.
Change what?
This is the second time I've seen Al with top 2. And gets no love from anyone else having a hand to make some money.
Yeah.
2000.
Oh, sorry.
And it looks like we have a 3-bet from Victor with King Jack. Victor, very liberal with his 3-betting today. Has ISO'd anyone to his right today. Anyone who's opening, he's keeping them in check. 3-betting Al. 3-betting Matt Berkey. And Al with the 4-bet with ace 4
I
of
got out of
clubs.
the way of that one.
Yeah.
I had a good hand too.
What was the other one?
I could just feel.
And that's what you see from these young
pounce.
superstar
Yeah, I
poker
could feel
players
that.
like Al. You see the
folded
3-bets
jacks,
and
dude.
the 4-bets
No way.
Yes.
with those suited wheel aces.
That's bullshit.
Yeah, the king 9 also. 10 for 3
Yeah, I was
minutes.
gonna say, no fucking way you punch
10 for
jacks,
3
man.
minutes, and then later I
That's
checked
a-
the video. He had.
We 4-bet.
Which hand's that?
I don't believe you actually.
But
Don't believe anything anyone ever says.
How
I
can you
take
lie?
3
Anytime
minutes.
I tell anyone I have this, I'm fucking lying. No, I have this. I'm like, don't believe the
You just trust that everybody's too lazy to go check.
How can you lie under camera? I can't understand.
That's because do you actually ever take the time to go and check the stream?
I did.
No.
Pre-flop.
Unless you actually go back and watch the whole stream.
And
just
then
for that
and
one
then what I do?
Victor now with jacks.
You folded, and then you said, I
600?
never fold this hand before in my life. I swear, I believe you. You don't check. What the hell? You had the king 5.
What did you have that hand?
Yeah, offsuit king.
What did you have that hand? What do you have that hand?
I think I have a pretty big hand. So when you said they have pocket checks, I was kind of disappointed.
Kind of
I said, no way, this guy is Hollywood. No way he's gonna call anything.
Oh, Hollywood.
Ace 10-8. Big flop for Alex. Pairing a flush draw. Victor, the initial raiser, does not like this flop. Frank also with the same hand. Has ace 7. Although, I think everyone in the chat would prefer Alex's hand with the nut flush draw. And this is going to go check through We were asking ourselves earlier, is Alex the type of man who will be balanced and check some nut flushes? And our question is answered. Alex is aware of a balanced strategy. And Frank bets 1,800. And Alex is going to probably raise to the fine tune of 10,000. Or 7,000. This kid's been around a few picnics before. He was sold to me as a massive action gambler, which he may be. But as I've seen his hands for the last 4 hours, this kid at 22 years old can flat out play some poker. We've got about an hour to get these likes up to 500. 500 will set me at a pretty good spot, I think, and happy and content with giving all my energy to you guys as I break down hands for 5 hours straight. 500 likes seems like a good trade-off. 9 deuce 3. Berkey with a straight draw to go along with his nut flush draw.
No, like he's a poker player rich. He's rich.
Definitely the biggest game going on all poker streams, all poker platforms, 100, 200, 200. We'll let you guys enjoy the table talk.
Who?
Come on, how much you want?
The Academy.
Like a hundo?
Over 100.
100?
Over 100.
All for Y Academy.
With your business.
Straddle.
That must have cost a mint.
No, it didn't cost much.
It doesn't cost much.
I mean, it cost more than we could recoup. It was definitely,
Video quality
we took a bath on it.
I was pretty impressed. It looked like.
The video quality is pretty good.
Thank you.
For what?
So he's
Hey, did you join yet? I'm a member.
Raise.
How much?
And I got a free year coming up.
You got it, man. You got it.
How much to go
Yeah, I'm
through
a
this all for
member.
Y
It's
Academy?
only like $60 a month. It's pretty affordable. So I signed up for a year. I got the year rate. Who's it on, me?
no.
Yeah, it was largely affordable, but more than we could recoup.
I was pretty impressed.
Thanks.
I'm curious how much it costs because.
I'll tell you off stream.
Yeah, don't say
Did
that.
they give you a deal?
And look at Jackie with 2 10s. Queen 8 deuce.
Do the game usually keep going after?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Top pair
It's always like 5 hours.
Yeah.
for Berkey.
where the
It
big
gets
action
called in
happens.
2 spots.
Yeah.
Turn is a 9.
Idiot.
It seems like the best hands happen after the stream.
Probably 'cause
And here we are.
I'm not worried about people.
3 heavyweights all on the same screen. I hope your screen doesn't break at home. And we got Frank, Jackie, and Berkey. That is 3 heavyweights and almost $800,000 combined with 3 players on
Okay,
stream.
so when do you get the deal that you get to fly on military transport anywhere in the country? You got that now? Like, you can just go jump on, like when you're active, you can fly anywhere in the country for free.
I don't know if it's free. But
Oh, did they change that?
I have no idea. I think it might be. It depends on.
For sure, it's going to be free for you as an officer.
Berkey betting
Yeah, probably.
7,000. And Frank,
They might offer it.
brain in the blender.
Yeah, you just jump on a military transport.
And let's also watch
I don't think
Jackie,
I can do that now. But probably when.
because the
think you
tricky
should do
spot
that.
is Frank likes his hand because he has removal
told
to
these
Queen
guys what
Jack,
you're gonna do in the
but
military,
also
they're gonna
Jack
understand.
10.
You got to do the buyout.
If either of these players, Jackie
You know what?
or
I can
Frank,
give you a list of- 'cause
were to
I'm
check raise to
actually
rep
war
Jack
movie
10,
fan.
probably
Can
be
I
a
give you a
tough
list of
spot
movies?
I would have to get like.
for the man
Starting with,
who's
I would have to get some, like,
constantly
backing stuff
solving for why.
if I was.
Solving for why people bet.
You got the 100,000. just give me
Solving.
100,000 and get out.
For a person like
Yeah,
Frank,
but then-
who's unpredictable.
You know what movie you got to
What
watch?
happens when I go broke?
Huh?
And I think once Frank scratches his head
Stanley
A
Kubrick's movie,
raise
what is it?
Full Metal Jacket.
Full Metal Jacket.
would look pretty scary
Half
from
of
Matt
the movie
Berkey's
is-
point of view.
Is about
Matt would probably think that
half
Frank
of
is
it's,
doing some Hollywooding.
training, right? Yeah, you're about to say.
There you go.
But we haven't seen Frank get too aggro on rivers. He mainly likes to hero call.
Long time.
But a raise here would be pretty sick. And a fold by Frank. Well done, because he has Jackie behind.
Hurt locker is.
And now, if you're in Jackie's shoes, do you feel, you know that you have removal to a straight? On top of that, you know that Frank had some sort of pair on the board that blocks strong hands. Does Jackie ever not just hero call this
No, of course not.
and puts in a raise?
They'd rather you just do that.
Really?
Maybe I'm being ambitious because I could see the whole cards, but that's pretty darn sticky removal there to the straight.
Instead.
I can't.
And do you have to
A call
make it
seems
go on money
quite
commitment?
clear,
No, there's still commitment in the reserve.
but a raise even seems
Still a reserve officer.
even better.
But maybe pay him the money.
We go to a war and they'll drag me up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we still have to do stuff at the It gets confusing, but
And Jackie
what I
also
don't
makes
wanna
the
do
hero
is just
fold.
completely
Well
flop
done.
out. But yeah, we'll see.
Who
Who knows? Who knows?
3-time chips and no one was ever called.
I'm trying to make
Needle.
a bit more.
Thanks. You let me bluff you. Finally, you let me bluff you.
No, no bluff.
Yeah, I would call you heads up.
What are you worried about him for? He doesn't check a good hand on the end.
I can't be a queen, so I don't know what he has.
You both had
And
10.
we are going to get the cumulative winnings
like
up,
10.
the chip counts, the VPIPs, all the things you guys like to see.
In military and officer training.
What?
We do know this. Matt Berkey has won two of the bigger pots today. Frank won a big pot versus Al, running it twice and hitting a straight twice.
Well, it depends. If
Matt
he wants to
Berkey
do something like
won a $102,000 pot on
he wants to do
hand
something
number
with the
4,
government after the fact,
and also a
Like it's good training,
$172,000 pot versus the Mad Genius Eric Hicks. Berkey up $138,000, and he is solving for why at the moment. Frank, who's been giving the most action, up 44,800. Frank deserves every chip because he's not afraid to put money in those pots.
It's probably getting really
And
advanced
just
in
remember,
drones
boys and girls,
stuff, right? Robots.
that money won is twice as sweet as money earned. And let's get back to the action.
Like certain bombs will be like, oh, just use the robot for it because I don't want to fucking go do it. Blow
Yeah.
myself up.
Yeah.
Some stuff it has to be hands-on with your own toolkit.
Did they give you your own toolkit yet?
No, I haven't started doing. I haven't done hands-on training yet.
Oh.
Is that a walk? Nice.
You get some baller toolkit that, you know, like
Baller.
kind of like what a sniper would get. They get some badass rifle.
yeah,
you
you
get a
get,
badass
like,
toolkit.
Yeah.
That's gonna be sick, dude. You got your kit. Good. Hey, check out my explosives kit. Is it like top secret where you can't even like post pictures of it on Facebook? When you got it, I bet you it's kind of secret.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty classified.
If it's top
You can't
secret,
go around
Eric,
showing people.
he's not allowed to talk about it.
Check out my. Check out.
That's probably like mostly any job though, and
Really?
you can't. There's a lot of stuff you're not allowed to say. Like I
Exactly.
haven't done anything yet, so maybe one day.
600? 600?
Oh. No. Or one of those space dusts again.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh man, I miss Vegas so much, dude. We
Out
don't,
in those
we don't
space
got cool shit like
Those are
space dust in our bar.
Those are so good. Wow. Check.
You know, the Moscow mules are really good here.
1200? Call.
Yeah, have you ever had a space dust in Bellagio?
what's that?
It's a badass beer.
I've never drank.
Oh, you don't drink?
Can't trust me.
I should know that by now. You don't drink.
Yeah.
If I would have gone hang out with you in your party boat,
Oh, everybody else would have been blasted.
then I would have known. Matt
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Berkey doesn't.
I would have
drink.
just been the
That-
I would have been the
that's
DD of the boat.
Should have called the flop.
Yeah, I'm so looking forward to that.
Yeah.
You never drank?
Never.
Never even taste?
Nope, not even a sip.
She did it though.
What?
Yeah.
I know people like that because you probably had somebody in your family who's a degenerate or something.
Not alcohol wise, but yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone's got some sort of.
Livestream 0.
Yeah?
Never. Yeah.
0 ever?
0. Yeah, never.
Are you allergic?
A little bit, and I hate all the wine. I hate
Yeah.
Beer, red wine, everything. Never, 0. Never try.
Yeah, I've never been curious.
That's why he's a Chinese poker player and not a Chinese businessman. You can't make it in China if you can't drink. I'm serious, you can't.
Sure.
Like so much of it is just going out and drinking every weekend with the big bosses and stuff. That's why he's a degenerate. But in China, they're not going to think that's cool. A guy who doesn't drink.
Only one person doesn't need.
If you guys want to jump in the poll, Matt Berkey
And
has
he's a
had
poker
aces
player.
twice tonight for
Like, they
decently
don't-
sized
they don't
pots.
appreciate that stuff over
Once
there.
he flopped
I'm like,
quads,
what do you mean, poker player? You couldn't
the
make it
poll
in
says,
business.
will
I
Matt
don't
Berkey
drink.
get aces one more time? He's got 45 minutes to do it in the
Right?
stream.
Like, am I right? Like, isn't it important for networking and stuff? It's like in America, if you don't golf, you're like screwed. Yeah.
Right, for business wise.
You won't go far in this country if you don't golf. Check.
Jackie versus Eric one more time tonight. And a big bet from Jackie with King 6 off, repping the 6-5 for the straight. And there's the $1 Million Man, Wacky Jackie, also known as Macau Jackie.
Right.
But his name should be Live at the Bike Jackie, since he's won the biggest pot and Live at the Bike history.
So it doesn't make a good. It doesn't make sense to start.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
like
you
if you
should
don't
start.
I'm that way with food too. Like bad foods that I've never tried. I have no desire.
Alcohol.
Right.
I wish I was that way. Never drank ever. That would have saved me a lot of money.
The thing about drinking that bothers me the most is all the empty calories you take in. Like this 150 calories, it's like an ice cream. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is a lot of calories. Just any beer.
Even wine's a lot. Even a shot of whiskey's a lot, you know?
Yeah.
That's just too much. You want it, you got it.
Want it?
Learn from him.
Oh yeah.
Those of you who have just tuned in,
Yeah. Three bad himself.
there is over $1.2 million on this table. And we are playing 100, 200, 200. And those of you who've just tuned in and want to rewatch, there's been about 3 pretty epic hands, just like money flying on the wall. There's been money flying on this table. We've had a $174,000 pot as well. This video will be up free for you guys on YouTube as long as we hit 500 likes. We are about 58 likes away from 500 likes. If you would like this game for your viewing pleasure over and over to be on YouTube, all you have to simply do is make sure you hit the like button, and you can rewatch later. You can scroll through for the big hands as well as we go 3 ways to this flop: 10, 5 deuce, 2 diamonds. And if you would like to see me on air doing jumping jacks and put the camera on me as we hit 500 likes, we can also make that happen as well. But I think you guys rather just have it posted to the YouTube page. Queen of Hearts on the turn as it went check through on the flop. Nut flush draw for Al. And Al's going to bet almost a pot and a half.
What's your name, dude?
And that's going to do the magic there with the nut flush draw.
You have a deuce? I have a deuce as well. I have a deuce.
I stand corrected. We are
Come on the turn.
35 likes away
Trying to
from
get 3 of them.
keeping this on our YouTube page forever.
Phenomenal hand.
And you guys can rewatch and see if Matt Berkey solves for why. And to clarify this poll, will Matt Berkey get aces one more time tonight? 58% of you say no, 42% of you say yes. So let's see if Matt Berkey in the last 45 minutes collects the Angels one more time, pocket aces.
Raise.
Raise, okay.
Can't fold.
Frank versus Alex. Alex raises from early position in the straddle pot. The blind's now 1, 2, 200, 400. Bet and a snap call by Frank. And if you're Alex, slows him down. Trip jacks for Frank on that river as Frank snap bets and a fold from Alex with just ace high. We are 27 likes from this video living on YouTube forever. So I'll leave it in your hands. New poll question, by the way. You guys can answer this one. It says, will Matt Berkey solve for why? Matt, did you see what I did there? You see what I did there, Matt? No, never mind. Answer the question, guys. Will Matt Berkey solve for why? That's the poll question that we're heading towards.
1100. 3000. Fold. And stop.
We're going to go heads up to the flop. 3-bet pot, Berkey versus Jackie. Berkey again after it with the king 10 off. Berkey with some disrespectful 3-bets today with ace 8 off twice. King 10-0 cutoff versus hijack. Wow, and how does Jackie know this? Jackie with the check raise to 18,000. His spidey senses were on point. He knew that Matt Berkey was speeding. And he put on the siren, whoop, whoop, pulled him over, check raised him, 18,000. My name is Macau Jackie.
Six.
Raise 6. Hold 6. No. It was, you just raised 6. You didn't start. All right, 4%.
Raise to 600, and we're going to go 4 ways to the flop. Flop straight for Alex, who got jiggy with the 7-3 off. Double gutty for Eric, who's drawing dead. Eric does bet this one. And I don't think these graphics are right, or maybe they are. And there we go. Frank finally gives it up, and
7 here.
Look at that father.
and Alex shows.
Nice.
Look at the big one. Fuck it.
Oh, double gut shot. Oh, yeah. Well, what suit? But what? Oh, wow. You can't fold there, man.
Rejam.
Yeah. That type fold, Frank.
I want
Type
them to have a
fold.
set and go all in, and I fucking call on hold. Bottom set, all in, call.
Yeah.
Nah, nothing I can do there. Great flop, just
Man, straight
Take it down.
backdoor flush
for
draw
like
means
4K.
you can never fold.
you would have flopped for 3-7 though.
Huh?
I didn't even. I was like, oh shit, that's a straight.
Forgot it. Just forgot it. That's too much.
Frank. Should called.
Only if we had maybe had 7, 8.
Yeah, block 7-8 though.
Yeah, I'm not going.
You have 7-8. You have 7-8. Fuck it.
Yeah, you're right. Might be.
Yeah.
No,
Take
not
my
drawing
money.
dead because you got the flush.
Backdoor.
Yeah, I was hoping we get it in. I was hoping someone had a monster, and I just hold, run it twice, hold.
Forgot. I don't know what you have. Forgot it. Let it go.
15.
Oh man, I gotta join this party.
And this is pretty crazy.
Call.
All right, now this is a bomb pot. Except for
I don't think this is a
except for-
3-bet
except for
pot.
limited Victor.
I think it's a single race pot.
Football.
Matt Berkey must have opened.
I prefer last hand.
8 deuce, right?
8 deuce, yeah. It's 3.
Matt Berkey opens very loose from under the gun 1. Could be a straddle pot as well. That's what I think it is. I think it's just a straddle pot. If I can get my eye on the pot, I'll let you guys know.
Yeah.
Alex with the best hand.
Very close.
Pair of 10s. 2 pair of 10s and 3s.
10.
And Alex wins another pot.
Nice.
Alex stacked now up to 50,000. I believe he bought it for
Easy
25,000.
way to scoop. 5 pot.
Shout out to the 800 of you who enjoy nosebleed action. We've got about a half an hour left in the show. Race to 600 with 2 7s from Al. I love this camera view right here. Get a view of the whole table, another look. Almost if we are on the table right here. This is player point of view. And a 3-bet from Victor. Must be pretty frustrating to have Victor direct to your left. Him and Matt Berkey are non-stop 3-betters. 4,500 in the pot. Jack, deuce, 8. Nut flush draw for Victor. A board that Victor's going to get pretty aggressive on. He will mix in some checks from time to time. This time it seems like he thinks bet is best. And Victor's going to win this one.
Really?
Those of you who love The Accountant,
What?
one of my favorite players on Live at the Bike, he is now in the chat. He goes by Nikolai Novak. If you would like to tell him what's up, feel free.
That's called running bad.
Yeah, he never ran in hand. Yeah.
That's sick. Yeah, that's like a record. And that pot was really small.
Shout out to Justin Bishop. He says that he loves this stream. Lion says he liked that view as well. He says it's a true view. Yep, I kind of like that one.
Not upset or moody or anything. Still smiling.
Thank you. Right? 600. 2,000. It's up.
Check.
Check blind.
Check.
2,500. Call.
Check.
Check.
Seems like there's more money in the pot than our graphics imply. Guess we can just chalk this one up to variance here.
Check.
Check.
Oh, I saw the
And we got a straddle round.
no. J Hart
400 is the straddle.
picture. J Hart.
Sorry.
In a lot of the games we play, the straddle is the buy-in.
Jacks.
What's up, Eric Romo? Since you said it, Eric, I will repeat it. Fine, Eric Romo, fine. Eric Romo said, let's go, 500 likes. 500 likes.
Jack 7.
Eric Romo said it. I'm just phrasing Eric Romo. Shout out to you, man. I hope you're having a good night.
Hey, straddle.
Okay, let's fix it up.
Um,
Straddling?
Berkey, you straddle?
If you straddle, hey.
No, then I double straddle. Can I do that?
Yeah, of course.
It's gonna be 1,000 then.
1,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Action.
he's making up the bank, so you add
Is that an issue? No. You don't got a problem?
Oh, deal.
Fuck it. Put the double straddle on.
Once again, those of you guys who just tuned in, this game will be on YouTube since we smashed the 500 likes. This is technically $1 million cash game. There is $1.2 million on this table. The biggest pot won thus far today was Matt Berkey winning a $174,000 pot. Matt Berkey, who bought him for $50,000, is currently has a stack of $178,000. The man's been solving for Y the last few years, and I think he found this Y that he was looking for.
If I play with this hand, no friend. C flop. Okay, C flop.
Flop. We did 4, 5, 6 again.
C flop. C flop.
C flop. C flop.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be so angry when it just hits. Okay, we're good.
Okay.
I just donated $1,000. I could have bought with that. I could have bought so many things with that.
You can get a hell of a drone. You wouldn't believe the drone you could buy with that.
The what?
The drone.
The drone.
Like
you could buy with
$1,000 even.
$1,000.
You get this drone that just go fly around LA. That's it.
Like record the Hollywood Hills.
Like you love it.
From
Like
the bird's eye view.
Yeah, it's like the best $1,000.
Oh fuck. I never really take money seriously when you're just.
I know.
So I think at least 70%.
When you actually almost
That's the right way to treat it. Yeah. Can't start thinking about the money.
稳定60以上，是吧？
奥斯卡选
What is it?
600.
Victor with ace king and a raise to 600. This table is pretty liberal with throwing chips in the middle, so I assume this will go multi-way.
Yeah, the Coors Light.
Not allowed. Okay.
Top pair for Victor. Frank with the float here with 9 high to backdoor flush draws and straight draws and turns a 9. 2200. Victor not messing around with his top pair top kicker. He knows that Frank likes to put chips in the pot, so why would he slow down? Rivers and ace trip aces for Victor, and Frank might like his hand a little bit more. That ace implies that it's less likely that Victor has an ace. We do see that Victor does have the ace, so this is going to be a meta style river here, where Victor's probably going to put in a big bet, and now Frank is forced to play a guessing game. Does Victor really have an ace, or did he brick out on perhaps a flush draw of clubs? And Victor bets 4,500. Frank does
That
make
sounds
the
like
fold.
shit to me.
Frank, who's been sticky, does happen to make that
limited
one
Victor is
a
becoming
good
like
fold there.
Victor. No more like mini bets on the river. He used to do these like he used to do limit type bets on the river. Now he's doing limitless type bets in the river.
Alright, 600.
Now he's on a roll.
3%. Check.
Yep. Too big, too big.
You want 1,500, yeah.
Shouldn't even call with that hand, but feeling dangerous.
What'd you have?
6-3 off.
I had 3-5 off. We had each other's outs.
We're so priced in. Those are the best. Those are the most fun ways to play, though. Just button raises, and you're like, fuck it, I'll play any 2 cards right now. Flop well.
Yeah, try to get a straight.
Get some money in there.
Yeah.
It's literally fucking.
Matt.
Yep, I'm in.
You first.
Okay. I'll just straddle. Just straddle.
Okay.
Straddle, 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 straddle.
Straddle. By,
Word.
yeah, he straddled, yeah. We haven't looked at that. Thank you.
Yep. 12.
1,200. One here.
这个是有差的。
Yeah, 1200.
骗人嘛？
Gotta protect my soldiers.
Yeah.
没开你，没抓你，看你今天已经很受伤了。第一呢，抓到了吧，让你受伤严重一点，算了。万一没抓中，把你抽上去了，就像别人抽我一样，我也很冤，算了。秉着这个指导，
我需要 professor 来救我。
秉着这个指导思想，我放你一马，不靠你了。
Yeah, I'm done. Can I? I can't hit a VP.
啊，
Never mind. Just good enough.
抓住了，你就受伤更深。万一抓错了，好不容易把你闷到海里面。
不能让 professor 救 ，professor 也水下，让阿布救。
你不怕阿布把你给打越深？
Or do a little walk out there. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Just asking. Yeah. I'll do a bathroom break a little bit.
I think he getting like 3 bullets.
I'll sit at the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Who think you lose to? You?
No. Hey, him. You said 9-9.
现在我打第二场，第一场谁输给谁来着？
没有我 bluff Frank 2次全被抓了。
对。
然后好不容易有一次有牌，然后被他给打死了，
被我反杀了。对，今天雷电是死在我身上，死在我手里，有一己之力把我给抽上来。
How much?
24.
24 from 6. Too much.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, so there's 6 and you raise.
24.
3 bet 2400. Yeah.
And another 3-bet from Jackie. Light poker with King Deuce. Those of you that love money on the table and big action, you've tuned into the right place because we have $1 million on this table. 1.2 million to be exact. And if you are at home, seat open.
Oh, right here.
More battery for me? 600. 2,000. 2,000, sorry. $10 seconds.
85.
And here we go. We have liftoff. Eric with the 3-bet, Jackie with the cold 4-bet, and Eric Hicks with ace queen offsuit. How often does Eric 5-bet here? Look at Jackie studying his player. Look at Jackie staring Eric Hicks down, and Eric Hicks gives it up. I thought this hand would go many ways, and I didn't think Eric would be laying down ace-queen pre-flop, especially since Jackie has been very aggressive today.
Straddle.
Frank, you're here, right?
Straddle to 400, 100, 200, $200 big blind ante, straddle 400. Bally's presents the all-new Live at the Bike, the world's longest running high-stakes poker series. Authentic high-stakes action with $1.2 million on the table at the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. Once again, we might as well get to 600 likes by the end of this show. Those likes go to Wayne, our producer, who put together this show. Shout out to Our executive directors, Rick Marr
of Diamonds?
and Houston Curtis.
King of Diamonds?
No.
Our
Paint
creative director, Matt.
I saw paint red.
Our director, Brian Arakaki. And our graphics engineer, Alex.
Where was the red paint?
And Berkey now, who's been speeding all day, puts in a 3-bet with ace-4 off, and Jackie now with ace-queen. And Jackie's going to keep Matt Berkey's range wide.
Must have ace king. Don't want to see a flop.
Oh my gosh. And Matt Berkey folds, obviously, because Jackie makes it 18,000 to go. From 3,000 to 18,000. And Matt Berkey looks at Jackie and says, you must have ace king, obviously, because you don't want action.
Take the blind, Frank.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Copy. You take the photo or blind right now.
I'm 2-2, right?
Woo Brian says Jackie is a stud.
You just take it back.
Did I take it back?
Yes.
Brian Yee says,
Sorry.
I've never seen Matt Berkey win a hand. Well, then you need to rewatch this stream once it's on our YouTube page, because Matt Berkey is up like $130,000. He's won a $104,000 pot and a $174,000 pot. So it seems to me, Brian Yee, that you are seriously drinking a hot cup of haterade. Top for Alex.
No iPad, no play.
And Victor with top set. This may be the hand that derails the 22-year-old stud, rising poker player, rising poker star, 4,200 in the middle on hand number 131.
I only have two left. More than me. Only one.
Turn is a jack.
Only one.
Let's see how bulky Victor goes.
I have 5.
And bulky is a must. 6,500 pot size. And Victor is wondering, or Alex, excuse me, is wondering, does Victor have king queen? Does he have ace king and ace queen? Does he play his nut flush draws this way? Does he still have a bunch of bluffs? And Alex is going to raise it here. I know exactly what Alex is thinking. He's doing a blocker bet. Perhaps he's in position and says, if I min raise here, will I get to see and name my own price for the river? And if Victor raises, Alex says, okay, I can get away from my hand. And an all-in from Victor, and that is not what Alex wanted his bet to accomplish. Alex wanted to get to see the river for free. And now Alex is in a guessing game. Could Victor have ace, king, king, queen of hearts? And let's hear Alex's brain in the blender, and I think he can let go of this one fairly easily in a 3-bet on the turn. Brain in the blender. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's going to call. 2 fold. 1 call, 2 fold, and he's going to think this one over for another minute as he's reaching for time chips. there is a time chip extension in this $1 million cash game. This 22-year-old brain in the blender here on the new Bally's Presents Live at the Bike. Victor not going to give away anything. Victor, coming from the tech world, plays the biggest limit games here at the Bicycle. I see a lot of twos in the chat. You guys think that Alex is going to make the fold. I think he's going to make the fold too. Alex has played very well today. Instead of the ones and twos in the chat, I'm going to create a poll for you guys.
Fuck.
And F words intact.
Oh my god, sick. Sick. Ace, king of hearts, ace, queen of hearts. Every jam.
And those are the two hands I said he can have.
Oh no! Fuck. God.
Someone spilled the water. I think that was Matt Berkey. Put your votes in the poll. I want to see how correct you guys are. Will Alex call or fold?
How good are you?
So what's the deal? 1 or 2? 1 or 2?
Twice.
Oh, and Alex makes the call.
So twice, 2 real.
We're running it twice.
You have all?
Yeah, I'm dead.
Oh, Alex makes the call.
I'm dead.
Yeah, 1 time. It's easy. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah. Go.
They just said 1 time.
Yes.
Twice, because they already have it on the graphic.
Okay. Deal 1 more. Yeah, no all. Yeah, go.
Wow, and that was a $94,000 pot. Alex played near perfectly tonight on Live at the Bike debut and took a misstep in that $94,000 pot.
Damn. Bad hand.
Thank you.
You buy on Australia?
对呀，我这个厕所上面刷的，这个厕所上面。
Yeah, right over here. Sorry.
上是这么一个姿势，他这个是和，他这是靠什么呀？靠你飞机是吧？
And we will get the chip counts and the cumulative winnings and the VPIPs for you guys right now. And that's pretty brutal because Alex played almost spot on, phenomenal all night. Couldn't let that hand go. He thought, and he pegged Victor on those 2 flush draws, which Victor could have. If Victor would have ace, king, and king, queen of hearts there. Victor's an aggressive player. Unfortunately, he had it that time. And once again, I am Gigi De La Garza. We've got $1.2 million on the table. If you would like to sprinkle a like, we would love and accept your like. We got $1 million cash game. And Matt Berkey, Eric Hicks, and the $1 million man, Jackie, in the building. We are about 50 likes away, and this video will live on YouTube for your viewing pleasure. And I already know the hands that I want for the Habbo spicy hand, and let's get back to the action.
$600.
行，像我这样的大费洗。
3-bet pot. Eric with 2 sevens, which is the best hand. Eric and Al have a lot of history of playing big games here at the Bicycle and the Legends of Poker room here. The Bicycle has one of the most awesome places to play poker, in my opinion, in their private room. Al's going to float. He does have 2 overs. Backdoor to the nut flush draw. He's going to keep Eric honest here. Turn is a big brick. The deuce. $16,400 in the pot. Let's defer to Eric what he chooses to, or how much he chooses to bet. And Eric goes for the haymaker. 13,000 into 16,400. Pot now bloated to 29,400. Shout out to Carlos Chavez. Shout out to Rich Newell.
Take care.
But you know what? That 22-year-old young man took that one like a champ. I don't think at 22 years old,
No.
at 35 years old as I am now, could I take one on the chin like that?
I know, right?
He's
Yeah,
playing
that's
for
a good
25K.
point.
It's not like you got crushed.
Right.
Shout out to Haido 588.
Come with the minimum
What's
buy
up,
in.
Riverboat?
It's not
Thank
that
you guys for the
expensive.
compliments. Much love. Truth be told, I enjoy
You
being
would never
with you
lose
guys.
100 big blinds either.
Raise.
Raise 500. You got it. Seconds at the top. 3 play.
Four, 3 deuce and tops full house for Jackie as he lays the rope down for Frank. And Frank's going to bet 1,600. Jack high. Let's see how many streets Jackie can let Frank bluff off, and quads now for Jackie. When Jackie won the biggest pot in Live at the Bike history, he had quads versus Andy. And Jackie decides to lead and pray that Frank has a 3. And look at Frank. I mean, this is pretty insane. Jackie and Frank have such history that Jackie knew that if he Frank ever think that Jack high is good, and Jackie has something like 5-6 and 6-7 the straight draws. 11,500 in the pot, and let's defer what Jackie thinks is best. Either a check raise and or a big oversized pot bet. And how does Frank react to Jackie's check and or big bet? Let's defer back to the table on the players.
24,000.
2x the size of the pot, 24,000.
Correct. 10 seconds.
And Frank may make this call, putting Jackie on 5-6 and 6-7. Look at Frank. And what has Jackie done to Frank in the past? What bluffs has Jackie shown Frank to get this much action?
Six high 呢？
See? 6 high, 6-7,
我真想抓他，真的。
5-6.
算了，不抓你了。我真想抓他的。Six high.
Close. You're close. You're close. You're close. You're close.
Fuck.
Yeah, no, you're pretty far off that time.
Fuck.
我跟你讲，You bet 15. I call you.
Hey, that would have been good for TV if he would have called that with Jack High. No, against quads, that would be a funny one.
He's saying he put him on 6 high. It would be funny if he put him Jack high then win.
And I just realized we've got about 5 minutes left in this show, and we are light 32 likes.
Your reads are sharp
So
today,
if you guys
Frank.
could,
You're
in
right
the
on.
poll, you guys said we'd get over 600 likes. If you have not pushed the like button, we've got Frank sniffing out
Like
bluffs.
quads.
He's called out like 4 for 4
He was just begging
good
for you
bluffs
to
today.
pocket tens.
So if you guys could kindly, I'll give you guys some shout outs right when we go dark, I promise.
Yum, yum.
操，太大了。
29 more likes to hit over 600. You guys can rewatch this video on YouTube. It's been my pleasure. I am JJ De La Garza. I go by JJ4D Poker. I've got a balanced strategy in my poker game. Most importantly, in my commentary game. I'll be back next Thursday and next Friday. I look forward to having all 800 of you back in the mix. Boom. 605 likes. Thank you guys very much. Shout outs coming. Whoever wants a shout out, jump in the mix because we smashed that one. Queen 8 deuce. Victor trying to hit quads with 4s. Not as successful as Jackie. Al turning. Middle pair with the gutty. Check. And Al's going to win with the jack. Shout out to Glaze 420, Evan Capolano, Riverboat, Propun, Bill Peters, Mona Zani, Rich Newell, Carlos Chavez, Eric Romo. That may be the last hand of our night, boys and girls. And yes, it was. Here are the chip counts, the cumulative winnings, the VPIPs, all the stats that I love as a poker player, because this is how we break down the game and who gave action. Frank leading the way, 57% VPIP like the boss and beast that he is. He made like 4 very sick hero calls. Here's a pre-flop, raises Berkey, creating the most action. Pre-flop, and here's a scoreboard, cumulative winnings. Matt Berkey up 122,000. Jackie up 49,000. Al and Eric Hicks, the 2 big spenders. Al spending a little bit over 6 figures. Once again, I am JJ De La Garza, and I look forward to having you guys all back. Hand number 4, Matt Berkey wins a $72,000 pot if you're going to rewatch. And midway during the stream, Matt Berkey wins a $174,000 pot. If you do rewatch, you'll see this young stud, Alex, play almost perfectly and take a mishap at the end of the stream. Also, we've seen the Mad Genius run up stacks before shows, after shows. We know this table is going to keep going. Hopefully the Mad Genius turns it around, but I do know one thing. We will see him next week. Peace and love, y'all.